की राय जानी की डिज़ाइन को लेके उनकी क्या थिंकिंग है, क्या थिंकिंग नहीं है। काफ़ी अच्छा इंटरेक्टिव था। उसके बाद से हमें फीडबैक से पता चला कि वी शुड डू दिस मोर ऑफन। सो वी स्टार्टेड स्लोली काफ़ी टेक्निकल इश्यूज आए, मीटअप्स में, इवेंट्स में हुए, अभी भी हो रहे हैं। ठीक है, उत्सव भाई जल्दी कर दो सेटअप लाइव। हाँ, तो वी गॉट थ्रू इट एनीवेज। ठीक है, सब लोग ने कम्युनिटी में जो वॉलंटियर्स भी है, हमारे साथ वॉलंटियर्स भी काफ़ी है जो हमारे कम्युनिटी के पार्ट है, जो हेल्प करता है, एंड वी आर वो हेल्प करने के लिए इवन इफ वी कॉल देम। तो इवन A1 इज हियर फ्रॉम GLS। आधी रात को बंदा 3 बजे आ गया भाग के टेक्निकल सेटअप का सुन के, आए बोल दो। यस, तो वी स्टार्टेड विद मीटअप 1.0 and then we went on down the lane, memory lane 2.0, 2.2, and now we are coming up with meetup 3.0 sooner. So yes, that is what Sandskriti is, and we now have 4,000 plus members, community members. So yes.
Just to give you guys another brief about Sandskriti, the motive behind Sandskriti was, आप लोग काफ़ी online communities के part होंगे, right? And it sometimes becomes harder for us to engage in that online conversation. आपने कभी भी देखा होगा जब भी आप ऑनलाइन किसी को कुछ डालते भी हो, राइट? इवन इफ यू सेंड योर रेज्यूमेज, क्या होता है, दे इधर गेट लेफ्ट ऑन सीन। ठीक है, आपको प्रॉपर फीडबैक नहीं मिलता, यू डोंट गेट टाइम टू चेक ऑन योर, पीपल डोंट गेट टाइम इन जनरल टू चेक ऑन देयर मैसेजेस। आवर एम विद संस्कृति वॉज टू रिवैम्प दैट एंड मेनली फोकस ऑन एन ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन कम्युनिटी। ऑफलाइन कम्युनिटी में क्या होता है, वो एक एंगेजमेंट होता है। ठीक है, यू गेट टू नो अबाउट द अदर पीपल एंड ऑल्सो अबाउट द स्ट्रेंथ्स एंड वीकनेसेस. We think that is a very important aspect of being a designer, and that is what we want to inculcate in everyone. जो मैंने आपको क्वेश्चन पूछा था, it was kind of a self awareness question. आपको अपने बारे में पहले पता होना चाहिए of what you are, of who you are, of what you can become as a designer, and that is what our main agenda is. ठीक है, अब इसके लिए we have, as Om mentioned, we have had a lot of meetups. We had meetup 1.0, we had meetup 2.0. 2.0 was by far in terms of numbers the largest one. From our side, it was 250 to 300 people, and we had notable mentions as well. तो आपने बाहर अगर बोर्ड देखा, अनिल रेड्डी सर will be joining us soon. So अभी वो लोग थोड़ा, they're setting up some things up, but he'll be joining us soon. And that is why I kind of wanted your feedback on what we are doing, because community engagement के लिए we are also doing this, right? But I want people to open up. I want people to understand कि community हम सबसे ही run होगी, right? You're part of the community, so I would love for you guys to contribute within the community. So let's say if you have a Discord channel, if you have WhatsApp groups, if you are on Instagram, engage with us. Right? Just overall, just engage with us. Tell us about what things we can improve in ourselves and how we can assist you guys. That is what a community is. And that is one of the perks which we have over other communities. सब लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, सब लोग ऑनलाइन मीडियम पे एक जाके बस एक छाप छोड़ रहे हैं. ठीक है, I'll agree. We are still in Ahmedabad. With something new, right? Perfect. Taking an interview, and at this question, वो मुझसे ही पूछ, I was taking the interview. I asked him, sir आपका एक बार portfolio दिखा दीजिए. He wasn't confident about his portfolio. Okay, he was like, sir, I didn't get the proper knowledge in college about portfolio, how to build a portfolio. So what happens is, हम पूरा आप 4 साल कर रहे हो अपना काम, ठीक है? Let's say 3 years of doing your work, of doing UI, UX, graphics, anything which you are into. In the last week or month, they'll ask you कि भैया portfolio दिखा देना हमको, ठीक है? And then you prepare a portfolio. I would like to ask from you guys, what is one of the ideal ways to create a portfolio? What is the most effective way, and what is the तो लगता है कि मेरा पोर्टफोलियो स्ट्रांग नहीं है. बी ऑनेस्ट, वी आर ऑल अबाउट ऑनेस्टी हियर. किसको लगता है अपना पोर्टफोलियो स्ट्रांग नहीं है? Okay, cool. I'll come up to you, ma'am, first. Okay. What do you think, आपका portfolio, like what can be one of the reasons your portfolio is strong? To be very honest, we'll be honest here, okay?
wine. So I bought a wine bottle, I scraped the label, and I made my resume which looked like a wine label, and I stuck it around the bottle, and it had everything about my experience, my education, and my journey. Then I gave it to the company, and I mentioned the person's name, and I wrote a small letter saying that if you like this, let's have it together. If you don't like this, you can take it home and have it alone. So he quite liked it, and the next day he called me up and he said, "You have this job." So I think no, this is the only domain, this is the only industry where we can try to send a different kind of a resume. We can try to experiment with it. What do we do with all our creative skills, right? We don't want to download a standard PDF and just change the name. I'm sure you can do something. One of the latest resume that I received was this person sang his resume with a guitar. He made a song out of it, and he played a beautiful song, and I really, really loved it. And without further interview, I gave him a job at Lollipop. So I think we are the only people in the world, leave the engineers, doctors, architects, all these people aside, we are the only domain where we can try and experiment with resumes. So how many of you here have experimented with your resume? Raise your hands. Very good. Very nice. Who else? How many of you think that companies don't like experimenting with resumes? True. So when you're applying for larger companies, right, like Infosys, Wipro and all that, don't experiment, because your resumes are reviewed by HRs. They don't appreciate creative resumes. When you're applying for companies like design studios and all that, experiment with resumes. But if you are specifically targeting someone in a larger company, then you can send one version of a creative resume. Okay, now coming back to portfolio. Sorry, your question was about portfolio. Sorry, I had a long day. Plus, yesterday I was in Singapore. I attended Figma event. So I've been traveling continuously for the last 4 days. Regarding portfolio, I always look at complete project. A lot of people have uncooked or unfinished projects, which really doesn't stand out. And also, I'd love to see variety of things in your portfolio, not just 2 UX and 2 UI work. I would love to see your photography skills. I would like to see your video skills, art skills, or if you're good at animation, anything, just dump everything in your portfolio. And that kind of shows that I can use your other skills also. Sometimes what happens, you think I just have to put UI design portfolio work in your portfolio. So then that kind of limits me from hiring people like you. So then I feel that this is the only thing you know. So try to put variety of stuff. That is a secret to getting into startups and design studios. Startups always look at multi-talented designers. When you work, especially applying for a startups and all that, right? Product company startups, they always look at multi-talented designers.
So first of all, thank you, Anil, to come down to this meet all the designer. So it was like dedicatedly he came, with an intention that he really want to meet you guys, because he has promised that he will come to Ahmedabad and meet you guys here. So I wanted to thank you, Anil, for giving this time to us. And it is more like a format the way we normally do, we just ask questions, we try to understand from each other, and that is the way that we move forward with it. And we definitely try to come up with, best possible direction for you as a designer. So Anil is going to give you a lot of information on that particular perspective. We'll try to be very open in terms of communication, because, you guys may have different experiences. So we'll guide you as much as possible from our side, from a Sandskriti perspective. And we'll move forward with this.
Thank you for your kind words, sir. This is not like a typical introduction. We wanted to start off with a learning, and thank you again for blessing us. And sir, you go, sir. So this is from Sandskriti, sir. Thank you. Have a great This is from a community. Yeah, please, sir, please. value everyone's contribution, and I think Anil sir has been a part of us, so thank you again. All right. Yeah, definitely. Please have a seat, sir. Please. Thank you once again. So, yeah, as we are discussing about Sandskriti, we want to take your feedback on Sandskriti, and we discussed a lot about Sandskriti. Now, what is the Republic of Design? Please give me a brief about it. What is the Republic of Design? We want to take Sandskriti to a higher platform. Currently, it is already a platform, but we want to take it to new levels. And that is why we have come up, and I think Anil sir will also be able to share his insights on this. But as I mentioned, we want to take it to a higher level, and this is where we always require your support. We were going down a trip on the memory lane, right? Oh, we're going down a trip to a memory lane, right? So, can we have that video for the memory lane, if that's possible? I think that'll be very much like that'll be very delightful for us to have it once. We would just like to show you about everything which we have done. Okay? Can we have the recap video once, please? So we started off with the meetup 1.0, and I think Sir has been with us from the start, so he knows everything which we have done. We started off with 1.0, then we went up to 2.0, then we went up with 2.1, we went up with 2.2. And one of the main agendas we focused on, as I mentioned, was designers versus developers. I should not say versus, I should say and, because हमारा एक main agenda था of getting them to collaborate with each other. And that is what, our ultimate goal was. हमारा outcome वो चीज़ हुई. Like, that is what we are able to curate out of that. So yeah, I was just going around and asking questions from everyone. And I think one of the key agendas was again the portfolio, as I mentioned. Is there any other thing which people think should be addressed? And will give us time to think on any other agenda which people think can be addressed as a designer. Anyone here? As a designer, any other agenda which can be addressed? Let us know about it. Anyone? What? Because people don't have questions nowadays. What happened? We used to have a lot of questions in our mind when we were starting our journey. I think Anil sir also had a lot of questions when he was starting his journey. So, Anil sir, do you have any questions pondering like at the start of your journey? How can I be a better designer? How can I change everything? Like how do you think about starting everything out? Can you just share your insights on this, please?
I think when I started my career as a designer, even before designer, I was an artist. Am I audible? No, I'm not audible. Hello? 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 I think my voice is breaking, right? Is it better now or still breaking? Still breaking, right? Hello? Hello? No, the voice is breaking. I think it's better now. Okay, yeah, perfect. So even before I could start my career as a designer, I was an artist. So back in those days, that was in 90s, the only fear that I had was, will I survive as an artist? Will I survive as a designer? Today, most of you have a similar fear because you have got into design. Will design fulfill my dreams? Will I become a great designer? Will my design be accepted? And will I achieve my goals, my dreams? So all these things is very, 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 very common. And trust me, everyone will achieve whatever you want to achieve. So to become a great designer, it's a nice, beautiful journey. It is not a struggle or anything because every day your designs are appreciated, rejected. Sometimes you get good things about your design. Sometimes people thrash your designs. That's the beautiful journey. So one thing I have realized is the fear that I had when I started my career, I don't have that fear anymore. I have a different fear now. The different fear is I run a design studio called Lollipop. Lollipop is a 250 plus designer studio with 8 centers across the globe. So my fear is how can I take 250 to 400 and can I take it to 400? Will the business be good? Can I earn so much money and pay everybody good salary. So there's a different fear. As you mature as a designer, the fear is different. So if you're currently under the fear of what will my career be in design, go through it. It's beautiful fear. So once you cross that, you'll have a different fear altogether. So during that process, I had too many questions, and it's good to have questions, but don't find answers for everything. Just enjoy the journey. Eventually, all your questions will be answered.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I think इसीलिए that is why I addressed the question of having a fear. I think it builds up something in your gut to say that okay, I want to get on something better. I want to get to a level where no one can reach me while taking care of everyone which can be done, right? So that is what I think we'll be continuing to learn from his journey as an artist to an entrepreneur. That is what we'll be learning. Also, yeah. Again, can we take the next slide, please? Again, more. Yeah. So I would just like to tell you about all the things. I think last हम connect किए थे around 6 months ago. I would just like to take you through what we have done throughout that time. क्योंकि हम काफ़ी time हो गया, हम मिले नहीं थे सही से. So मैं आपको एक बार बता देता हूँ what we have done. Can we take it again? Ahead, please. Ahead. One more. One more slide, please. Yep. So what do you see here? We have achieved that already, but we are still on the track of achieving something more. We have gotten awards for our contributions within the community, and we're still achieving more every day with your support and with our efforts. And that is what I want to just show you guys what we have done throughout the years. We have gotten on to be nominated for a number of awards. Let's say, for example, the TOI Gen X Awards, and we have the APJ Abdul Kalam Inspiration Awards. And within those awards, what we saw was we were able to meet a lot of business people who had a different mindset altogether about design, how to incorporate design in their business. They had a lot of different perspectives over there. And we were able to gather from that design is needed each and everywhere. It's not like design is only a part of the interface which you see. It's about getting deeper into the business. It's about understanding how the business is working. It's about how design is actually affecting all the businesses which you're catering to, right? And it's nothing about the surface level thing which you see. It is about getting deep into all the processes which goes into a particular business. It's about taking care of the stakeholders. It is about taking care of the people who are managing it as well as the users. I think that is something which we gathered from going into these awards and getting to know everyone there. Can you take the next slide, please? And also we have already left a mark on the map, and we are still being featured everywhere. And this is where we would require your support to reach even greater heights, because this is all of us. Right? This is not just us making a mark. This is all of us making a mark. And I think this is where we will actually be able to gather all the things which we have, all of our cumulative knowledge. And that is the essence of Sandskriti, which you're planning to get out of everything. Right? Can you take the next slide, please? And again, as I mentioned, we are making an impact right now in Gujarat and pan-India. But we have a stronghold in Gujarat, and I think Ahmedabad is, again, as I mentioned, one of the best places to do it. And Sir has already been here. Sir has already loved the place. So it's very, I won't really go into the differences between Bangalore and Ahmedabad, sir. I'm very sorry, but I can't go into that. But then again, we love our city, and I think we would very much like you to, start something up here itself, if you can. So definitely, any suggestions which you have for us, that would be very helpful for us. Perfect. All right, can we take the next slide, please? And again, I think initiatives regarding the people are very important, because we are into a people business. We are not just sitting behind screens. What we are doing is affecting the real world. And we have also taken government initiatives, with Rath Yatra being one of the major ones. We have also collaborated with the Gujarat police in order to give Rath Yatra its own identity, which we haven't done before, which nobody has done before. Rath Yatra didn't have an identity. And that is something which we were able to curate out of this. And to be very honest, this was done by someone who had just joined us. So, to take someone from this level to a higher level in order to get them to understand what we are doing as a community is very important. Because community का बहुत बार एक major initiative नहीं होता. It's all about कि ठीक है, we have a community, people engage करेंगे, and then that is all. That they don't have a higher purpose for it, right? And that is where we come in. And I think that is what separates us as Sandskriti from everything else. Correct? Everyone, can I get a yes? Making sense till now, right? Perfect. Can I go ahead? And again, we have Anil sir as well on board. So we have a lot of mentors on board with us. And I think that has become one of our great strengths, being here. All the mentors which we have on board. We have everyone from renowned businesses. We have everyone from renowned studios who is getting onboarded with us in order to help us with this venture of ours. I won't call it exactly a venture, with this initiative of ours, of Sandskriti being a powerful community and a strong community. We have everyone with us, from Ansh, from Puneet sir, from Anil sir now. We have everyone onboarded, and we feel very, it's a moment of proud for us to get these people together. Because, and of course, I think we are also planning on getting them in a room sometime and having a chat, right? I think that will be very wonderful to have that with us. So I would like to ask you just a small question, sir. How hard was it to just get everyone onboarded, right? I mean, we had a lot of chat with everyone, right? So what is one common point which you find in everyone which unites us, which actually gets everyone to stick with us?
I think one thing which is very common, like we have to focus on building a culture. Like once we have a good culture in place, people would love to be part of it. And that is what Sandskriti is all about. So what we are trying to build here is building a culture of creativity. So the people who are from the creative space, they want to be part of Sandskriti itself. And we are learning from each other. Design is a space that you cannot say that you are expert in this. It is something, is a kind of culture that we need to develop, that we have to learn from each other. And that's the whole perspective that we have in Sandskriti. And that's the reason a lot of people are joining Sandskriti and joining hands with Sandskriti to empower every designer, not even in India, maybe outside India. So we are going global with a lot of different concepts. Probably we can invite a lot of mentors from outside India so that we can also get different cultural perspective altogether. Yeah.
Thank you sir for sharing your insights. Thanks a lot. And we believe that communities help in building communities, right? So all the communities which you are part of, share them with us. We'll share us with you. So that we know that, okay, communities empower communities, and you are part of some of the communities as we are talking about. And that will help us in order to understand what we can do better and what better we can do to serve the people in general. Okay? Perfect. Now this is interesting. I'd just like to ask you a question. How many of you got your passports? Oh, majority of the people. Sir also got. Perfect. All right. So, yeah, okay, majority. So, yeah, phone. Not a problem at all. Okay, so yeah, I think majority of the people have gotten the passport. Passport, I think, is relatively a new concept for most of the people, I think, right? The people who have been with us, they know what a passport is. But the people who are not currently right now with us, right, who don't have the passport, I don't think that it is like, I'll have to brief them about the passport. Can I start with anyone who has a passport? What were your initial thoughts of when you initially got the passport? Can I ask anyone? Ma'am? What were your initial thoughts of when you got the passport?
It's the entry for design industry, and you get the all event in one passport. So you have many designers like Anil sir, Atul sir, and everyone has their sign on it. So basically it's impressive.
Okay. Thank you, all right. I hope you were able to hear her feedback, right? So I'll give you the brief about the Sandskriti Designer's Passport. The passport has now become a medium for you in order to get into Sandskriti. Okay. And now that Sandskriti is going on a global platform, this passport will be your gateway in order to connect with mentors, connect with all the designers globally. And this is something which we want to showcase to everyone. Okay. Thank you. So yes, this will be a passport wherein this will be a primary gateway for you to join Sandskriti. But again, passport एक ऐसी चीज़ है जिससे आप बाकी community के साथ भी engage कर सकते हैं. So it is not just us you are being part of. It is about of all the communities you are being part of, and you can engage with everyone throughout the world. And we're still coming up and we're still revamping the passport altogether. This is like, I think this is just like a first iteration which we have, and people have already loved it a lot. And this is going to be a game-changing concept. I'm telling you, this is going to be a game-changing concept. और I think ये मेरे बोलने से नहीं होगा. I think it will be all of our testimonies which will say it. I think as she mentioned, the first time user is able to understand what the power of something is once they use a product. I can't talk about the product on and on. I'll give you a brief of how it is looking. Okay. So you see here, for the first time in a passport, you can have a smiling picture, first of all. Okay, so you can have a smiling picture here. And I think sir gave me, like sir told me, that I just asked him randomly, कि sir, हमारे smiling photos क्यों नहीं हो सकते on any of the government certificates, right? So he told me, there is a biometric line which goes from here to here, okay? And it is scanned, and in order to not interrupt with that, you can't have a smiling picture. Because अगर आप smile करोगे तो आपका interrupt हो जाएगा, right? And I think those are some of the key insights which we should all know of how things are working in general, not just on a screen, how things are working holistically. And this is what you will get to know when you talk to all of us by being a part of this, right? Again, just to give you a brief, you all have tribes associated with you, okay? So we have 4 major tribes. We have the fire tribe, we have the water tribe, we have the air tribe, and we have the earth tribe. All the elements are linked to each other in some way, and they kind of show one side of your personality altogether. Okay, let's say किसी का fire है, तो किसी में वो flame है, किसी में वो इच्छा है to do something well, but nothing against water. Water is someone who is very serene, who is very calm in situations, and I think we all have something or the other within that, right? आपका बस percentage ऊपर नीचे हो जाता है, right? So you all belong to a tribe as well now, and in association to that tribe, all the mentors are also associated with one tribe. So what our plan is, well, let's do competitions within the tribes. Let's do competitions between tribes and within tribes, so that we'll get that feeling of getting, friendly competitiveness within ourselves. We'll get to know each other's strengths and weaknesses, and we'll also get to know what kind of contributions we can make within those respective tribes. जैसे मेरे पास space है, as you can see, right? So I have space. Space is a volunteer tribe, and as many people have volunteered with us, we would love for more people to join hands with us, so that you know the inner workings of Sandskriti and how we are trying to elevate designing in general. And I think under Sir's mentorship, we have been able to achieve a lot. But one of the best parts about Sir being our mentor is he's open to feedback whatsoever. Like he's open, very open about feedbacks. Because he knows कि feedback से साथ ही we can grow. लोगों को जो चाहिए, you can only ask people, right? You can't decide for yourselves. Once you get feedback, then only you'll be able to get on along with it, right? Moving on. What can you see here? What can everyone see here? Stamps, right? What do these stamps are for, right? आप अगर कोई भी और meetup में गए होगे or any other event, you must have seen people getting their signs there, right? Sign is a part of us being proud of what we have, of the people we have met. It is like a memorabilia for us, right? Of the people we have met and of the knowledge we have gained from that. It kind of becomes our memory. And it kind of becomes also like a part wherein you can show off to your friends that I've met this person. But even better, the knowledge which you have shared with the person. That gives you a greater part, and that gets you respect of what you have been able to achieve with Sandskriti. Sandskriti is just like a platform for us right now, right? But we are actually taking it to the new level by you telling people about this, of what the passport is, of how it can help each and every one. And once you get hold of it, just try using it. Just try using it, okay? One of the key things we were able to solve with this was, let's say, I think we are around 80 to 100 people here, okay? I met a bunch of them, right? I know some people from the past, and I know some new people. But आप भी मानोगे, we sometimes forget who we are, right? हम नाम भूल जाते हैं. लेकिन नाम से ज़्यादा, I think we remember वो बंदा काम क्या करता था, right? The person, if he has shared his work and the achievements which he has done in work, that is something which we remember. Now, just to give you a glimpse of how it works, okay? You see here, we have NFC within this, okay? And as you can see here, you have a glimpse of what Sandcup Design Studio originally works, how it works and what it does. You will be having your own personal profiles to share with each other. This is something creative which we have come up with, क्योंकि networking को हमको बहुत easy बनाना है, right? We want networking to be as easy as sharing something, but it should contain a whole lot of different value when you're presenting it. Here, I'll give you a brief of how your profiles will look once you are able to get everything sorted. Here, यहाँ पे Snapchat कौन use करता है? ideally? Okay, a lot of people. I think मेरे ही बहुत लोग यूज़ करते हैं. Okay, cool. स्नैप स्कोर आपको पता होगा, ये वो स्नैप स्कोर राइट. ये देखो मेरे को बहुत मौत आती है सुबह स्नैप भेजने में, टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट. ठीक है, सुबह उठ के मेरे से नहीं हुआ जाता. ये वो स्नैप स्कोर राइट. You have taps here and you have shares here similarly. The more number of taps and shares you have, the more number of infinity coins you'll generate through this. Now, well, infinity coins आपके लिए बहुत new concept होगा. But infinity coins are some things which will give you a gateway of entering into everything. Whether it be meetups, whether it be one-on-one mentorship sessions with mentors, whether it be anywhere in the design world. That is the power of infinity coins which we have. Now, moving on, we have the services which you provide. About the whole experience which you have. Everything regarding that. I'll come closer as well. You have everything from the services which you are providing. You have your portfolios here. You have your social networks here. And आपका पूरा चिट्ठा गिट्टा आ गया इसमें of what you're able to do. This is what we're trying to promote and this is what we want to achieve with this passport. Of everyone, of being us united, of us being united first of all. Because आपने देखा होगा, passport is something that can take you anywhere. And passport holds a significant power. It holds a significant power, right? Everyone will agree? Yes? Agreed? This will be your gateway for that. And this is what we're trying to achieve with the passport. I think we have some people who have already experienced the passport and we got to learn a lot from them of how passport is able to get them everywhere, and we were also able to get some insights from them of how the passport can be improved within that. And we also have our mentors associated with us, and after this you'll also get you can also get your passport signs from Anil sir as well. So this will be like the first memorabilia which you have in order to get to know him better, in order to get to talk to him once and just get to know what we can improve in our lives, because he has been someone who has already been throughout this journey and he's still achieving and he's still striving to achieve more, just like Pramod sir as well, just like everyone here who is just still on a budding stage, right? इन लोगों ने सब कर लिया है, but इनको अभी भी वो इच्छा है, they still have that vigor in order to achieve something more, and that is what I think we should learn from these mentors. Can we just have a round of applause for them? I just want to thank all the mentors which are here and all the mentors which are helping in general. Now, you may think that okay, ये तो बहुत like अगर किसी को अभी भी normal लग रहा है concept, I'll tell you what, we're still coming up with a community app as well. Now, with the application, what power will you hold? जैसा मैंने बोला, not everyone can be a mentor, right? You have to be someone in order to become a mentor. From nothing to something, there is a journey, and we all have to go through it. But we would like to give you all a chance as well. Be a mentor in the respective field which you think you are capable of doing, right? So this will kind of be your onboarding of how you can do it. So within the application, we are bringing up a lot of things, which includes recruitment as well. क्योंकि हम लोगों ने notice किया कि काफ़ी लोगों को पता नहीं of how to approach companies, of how to actually get their resumes properly aligned, how to get their portfolio set, right? And this will be a medium in order to chat with all the industry experts in the community, all the people who are actually doing it in the community, who are currently serving the community to the best of their ability. This will be your gateway for that. And you can share everything within this, your weaknesses, your strengths, your portfolios, your resumes, and this will be taken care of. Perfect? Sounds good? Everyone? सब जगह है ना अभी? I know दोपहर हो रही है, but सब जगह है ना? चलो, perfect. All right. Now, मैंने आपको जो application के बारे में बताया, infinity coins is our concept which I was telling you about. Infinity coins से आप काफ़ी कुछ redeem कर सकते हो, not just within a design world. आपको पता होगा कि one-on-one mentorship लेने में काफ़ी तकलीफ होती है, right? कभी-कभी you are not able to get the chance, you are not able to get the time. The mentors don't have the time for you. If you collect enough infinity coins in order to get that, you'll be able to do that as well. And the only medium is, well, just stick with us. Just stick with us through the thick and thin. Attend our meetups, and also we very much applaud suggestions. We need suggestions on how we can do it. If you are a valuable contributor to the community, I'm not saying you do that to get infinity coins, but in order to serve the community in general, we very much like your suggestions. We also noticed that there was a gap between what was being taught in the colleges and what is being taught in the academies in general. Okay? क्योंकि industry perspective एक नहीं है काफ़ी जगह पे, right? And that is what we are trying to bridge through Sands Academy. Sands Academy is our concept for teaching people of how to actually work in the industry and from those industry experts as well. Sir is a mentor there, and he would very well like to share his knowledge on how we can collaborate with the clients and what is the best way of understanding what the client requires and what the end users require. So, could you just share some of your insights on Sands Academy once, just to tell the people of what you're planning on doing?
So when it comes to professionally work in a design space, right? So you need to understand the industry very properly, because industry does not only work from the creativity perspective, it does need the creativity, but at same point of time, you need to understand the industry need. So when I went to lot many academics, specifically colleges, I find there is a huge gap in that. So we thought, why not we start giving that industry exposure to those people, and that's how we started with Sands Academy. But that is not only restricted to a point where we are only talking about, the student from the colleges. There are a lot of, designer, they are already into the space, but they don't have the deep understanding of design. And also from an industry per se, there are a lot of people working on many different companies, but probably they don't get chance to work on something which is much more meaningful. So using this particular, academy, we really want to convey that knowledge. We want to teach people like how we can scale in your industry itself, how you can perform your design in certain ways so that it has some purpose to it, and how it can help businesses to grow. Because if any customer come to us as a design studio, they want to design something which help them to grow their businesses. So we have to, we really want to transfer that knowledge to you so that you can create responsible design, not only focus on responsive design, So we have to know how responsible design can play in space, and definitely, it will help you to grow from a different perspective, from an industry point of view. That's how we started with Sands Academy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, you've already got some students onboarded with us, so we know that this is going to be a success because we trust in our aim. We trust in the belief which we have in order to run Sands Academy as well as Sandskriti design community. And again, we just require your support. That's all. But to understand more about what is happening in the industry right now, आप भी सब colleges से होंगे, right? Can I get a round of cheers of कितने लोग engineering background से हैं? कितने लोग? Okay, cool. Not many people. Okay. I'll just ask one of you. What is the main motivation to switch to UI UX in general? Let's say graphics, designing in general. आप बताइए, let's say.
मुझे तो पहले से इंटरेस्ट था, बट कॉलेजेस में इतना बेसिक सिखाया था कि वो पहले से आता था, तो घर पे बैठते बैठते ऐसे ही एक्सप्लोर करते करते मुझे भी इंटरेस्ट लग गया. मतलब पहले से ही था, तो वो एक थोड़ा कन्वर्जन हो गया कि ऐसे भी ये हो सकता है.
Got it. Okay, perfect.
Anyone else you'd like to share? आपका जो एक change of mind होता है, right? What attracted you to UI UX in general? What attracted you to design in general? Anyone else? Anyone else? Oh yes, sir, please.
So I would like to share, at the very beginning I was an animator. So it's like 2016 or something. So after that जब मैं कॉलेज में आया, कॉलेज में जाके पता चला कि उसके बाद ये मैं IT बैकग्राउंड से आता हूँ, तो एक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू पता चला कि ऐसे डिज़ाइंस होते हैं या फिर ऐसे प्रोडक्ट्स काम करते हैं एंड ऑल, क्योंकि आपको पाइथन एंड ऑल सब कोडिंग सीखना पड़ता है. तो जब मेरे को पता चला कि देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड डिज़ाइन वेयर वी हैव टू टेक द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी टू do all the things like how multiple users, like more than millions of users who can use a product, and that can be help them to achieving a goal, which actually get me the interest, like हाँ भाई मेरा एक डिज़ाइन से अगर किसी एक बंदे को एक ऐसा मोटिव मिल रहा है कि वो ऐसे करके कोई एक सर्टन अचीव कुछ कर सकता है, तो दैट्स द थिंग दैट मोटिवेट्स मी.
Very true statement. It's all about impacting lives. That is what we see here, right? It's all about impacting lives. Now, मैंने आपको अभी सब पास कर में तो बता दिया, ठीक है, what we have done. So the people who are here for the first time, I'll give you a brief about what we are going to do. Okay? Now, we're coming up with designathons as well. Who has been part of a designathon previously? Anyone part of designathons? Nobody has been part of a designathon here previously? Okay, cool. So, designathon is all about getting getting friendly competitiveness within the community. Okay? And ये हम करने वाले हैं on the 27th of July in Bangalore and on the 3rd of August in Mumbai. Just mark your calendars. We would love to have you there. मुझे पता है कि आप लोग यहाँ पे आ गए हो तो it will be very like it will be a blessing for us for you to join there. Just witness it for the first time. Just get to know what a designathon is in general, and we would love to have you on board with that. Okay, cool. So yeah, moving on. We are also planning on having India's biggest meetup ever, which will house over 2,000 people in India. That will be Meetup 3.0. We are still finalizing a lot of things, but this is what our aim is. And as you know, we have 4,000 plus members across India in the 1 year of existence of Sandskriti. And we aim to boost that up to another level. We want to grow global. And again, जितना भी आपका सपोर्ट है, आई थिंक वो हमेशा कम ही रहेगा, बिकॉज आपका जितना भी सपोर्ट कर रहे हो ना आप लोग, वो हम we actually want to take that to another level. We want every one of you to be recognized as an individual, as being part of Sandskriti. Okay? We want you to have that courage, we want you to have that pride of being part of Sandskriti, and that is what we want to initiate in each and every one of you. And I think उसके लिए Sandskriti Pro एक चीज़ है जिसके साथ हम आ रहे हैं. Now I won't be revealing details because फिर उसका मजा खराब हो जाता है, revealing details. Sandskriti, along with the power of the passport which you see here, is going to be something game changing. And I mean, you're already part of it. So just enjoy it, just contribute within that, and I think we are good to go for now, right? We are good to go. Now, in order for me to understand more about the community here, I would like to know आप लोग अभी काम क्या कर रहे हो? Like what other things are you working on? What is something exciting which anyone is working on? Or if anyone has an idea which can go global. Now that we are talking about global, any idea which can go global, feel free to share it. I'm telling you, any idea is a good idea if you have belief in it. Any idea. It can be a vague idea as well. Let me know. Anyone? Any idea? किसी के पास कोई भी? I know काफी लोग शर्मा रहे हैं, but any idea? Any idea? No one? Anil sir, have you ever had a crazy idea before that you thought ये होगा कि नहीं होगा? I'm not sure. But I mean, just a crazy idea which you had previously.
I work on all my ideas, and one recent idea that I had was to bring the entire. I love pets, so I've recently built a house. I'm going to get 3 to 4 dogs.
Okay.
So I wanted to build a community or a platform that brings all the pets in India in one place, and I'm already working on it.
Perfect.
So I'm a person where when I get an idea, I'll work on it. Whether it flops or whether it is a hit, I don't care about it, but at least turning my idea into reality is what I believe in.
Very true.
So the portal is called happypet.care. So whenever you have time, please look at the portal that covers the entire pet industry in India. This was my latest idea and I've turned that into reality. Apart from that, I had many ideas, but most of the ideas that which I believe in, I build it. Not all ideas have worked, some ideas have not worked, but I love the process of building it.
Perfect.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's always good to come up with iterations. It's always good to, yeah, definitely.
Another idea I had a couple of months back. Basically, I was reviewing everybody's portfolio, all the designers' portfolio. One thing that I noticed was nobody used real persona. So you all used a dummy persona, and you used a persona where it didn't have any relevant data. So out of anger, out of frustration, I built a plugin in Figma called Indian Persona. So that persona is today has a 4,300 downloads and close to 15,000 plus personas created on that. So this was not an idea, it was a frustration. Frustration led to very good results. And how many of you have used that plugin? Thank you so much. Thank you. The rest of the people, please download it. It's really interesting plugin. So this will encourage me to build more plugins.
So I'm not sure about your tribe, but आप fire वाला तो आपने एक represent कर ही दिया कि fire में तो हो सकता है definitely. जिनने dummy use किया please हाथ में उठाना. I was one of them. That is why I didn't raise my hand. I've used a dummy before. ठीक है, sir guided me कि हमको यार dummy use नहीं करना चाहिए. या please something unique. Sir, I would also like to have your inputs here. जो हम portfolio की बात कर रहे थे, right? तो उसके लिए if you have any suggestions on how we can actually just in general go on with an interview. Can we have your suggestions on that?
So when I take interview, mostly people say they don't get time to build their portfolio. They say कि हमारी company में यही काम होता है and मैं वही बनाता हूँ, and that is what my portfolio is. But I say as a designer you have to run your own project, your own concept, and put that concept into your portfolio, because like Anil said, like he want to see what other things you do. So I think you guys have to focus more on building your own portfolios, not only depend on the studios or company that you work for. I think you have to find your own way to build your portfolio in order to represent your expression, so that other people who are hiring you able to understand you better, and they will give you a better position in the organization. I think that is very important, to build a portfolio and showcase your creativity by that sense. So it's very important.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Believing in your ideas is one thing that we strive on. And Sandskriti started just with the idea of uniting people, uniting designers. And now that we have gone global, a lot more. We will touch into a lot more. All right, myths designers believe in. Is that something which you have first, sir? Please. Okay, what do you see here, sir? Myths designers believe in. Okay, what are one of the myths? Okay, perfect. All right, cool. All right, maybe start with presentation, sir. You can just yeah, please. Please, sir.
So before I start, I'll put the mic. Thank you. First, I would like to thank Sandskriti for bringing such a wonderful designers together in one place. And it is Saturday. Saturday is your holiday time, and you have come all the way here to listen to my speech. And thank you so much, and thank you for organizing this promote and team. Big round of applause for them. And I've attended so many design events, and I've never seen a concept like passport. So it's very nice, very cool to have your own designer passport. And with every event that you attend, you get an autograph from the speaker. And over the time, one day you will realize that you're also one of the speakers, and you will sign somebody's passport. I think that's the journey of a designer, and wonderful concept. Another round of applause for coming up with such wonderful concept. So today I'm going to tell you a story of how I got here. 25 years back, I had no shoes to wear. I couldn't speak English because I studied in Kannada medium. I used to run away from anybody speaking English. In any of the event, I used to take a corner chair and sit, because I feared somebody asking me question. I feared people. My confidence was low. If somebody asked me what you want to become, I had no answer. I was like, people used to call me waste fellow. In my family, that was the nickname given to me. Because my 10th exams results was, I got third class. I got third class. Do you want to listen to the story?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Some of you are going through that, right? Some of you are going through that low confidence and all that, right? I'll tell you my story. It's interesting because I lived this story. 25 years of this journey has been beautiful. Before I start the story, what I am today, I'll tell you. I am the global design director at Lollipop. Lollipop is a design studio I started 14 years back. Started with lot of courage and confidence. I quit my job in New Zealand. New Zealand में घर था, sports bike था, car सभी छोड़ के मैं India आके I started a company. Today this studio has about 250 plus designers across 8 centers. One of the first design studios to go global. We have opened studio in Vietnam, Dubai, San Jose and Dallas, and 4 centers in India. Do you want to listen to the story how I made this happen? Yeah. Good. Thank you. So, just 2-3 years back, my introduction was so long. I will try and speak in Hindi and English, okay? Because my Hindi is not that great, but I am trying to learn. I want to speak more Hindi and learn to speak fluently. I'm a South Indian. You know how South Indians speak Hindi, right? You are welcome to laugh at my Hindi because at least I see that you're all awake. Okay, please laugh at my Hindi. And so my introduction was very, very long. I took 10 minutes to introduce. Then I realized that this is not my introduction. My actual introduction is this. I'm an artist by heart, a designer by soul, an entrepreneur by choice. So this is the shortest introduction. After me writing one paragraph of my introduction, I have come to this one. So go to the next slide, please. So why did I name this presentation as Myth Designers Believe in? Now what is myth? Can somebody tell me what is myth in Hindi? Myth is like a belief, right? The blind belief. उसको क्या बोलता है हिंदी में? हाँ?
मिथ्या मिथ्या
मिथ्या.
मिथ्या
मान्यता.
नो मिथ्या मिथ्या मिथ्या
Brahmana. Brahmana is Brahmin, right? Oh, Brahmana, okay. Okay, what is that one word? What should we... Brahm. Brahm. Wow, such a cool name. So, most of us, we believe in something and we believe it's true. And why do we believe in something? Because there's so many people have told you and some people have proven it to you. Thus we believe. So, my life... My entire life I believed something, then I prove it wrong, then again I believe something, I prove it wrong. Thus, I have named this presentation as Myth We Designers Believe. Because we believe, right, we are not proven this. We always remained like a frog in the well. A frog doesn't know anything apart from the well. Frog doesn't know there is an ocean out there. We always remain the frog in the well. So, the very first myth, the first thing that I believe was art, right? You know, art, sketching and all that. Hello? 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 You know, am I audible? Okay. You know art, right? How many of you are artists? How many people here can sketch? Very good. How many engineers here who have become an artist? Amazing. So when I was in 6th standard, all my friends got together, we sketched a pigeon. Okay, none of our sketches looked like a pigeon. One looked like a crow, one looked like something, and it was horrible. Only thing that I did was I came back next day, I tried again. And I somewhere fell in love with the pencil and paper, and I kept on doodling and doodling and doodling and doodling until I got the pigeon right. That was the only difference between me and my friends. My friends stopped it, I continued. Until then, I believed that art is God-gifted talent. Whenever we see an artist, we always say that, "Hey, what gifted you are." I'm sure God has better work in his life, not to gift art and music to people. What is art, right? Art is a continuous practice. Continuous practice. Art is passionate. Art is madness. So, even today, if you are 20 plus or 25 or 30 plus, right, you can pick a pencil and a paper and start sketching today. Trust me, in 6 months, you'll be a great artist. But you have to wake up and passionately do it. wake up and passionately do it. Sixth standard, I started sketching. By seventh, I fell in love with the pencil and paper. The only problem that I was going through was my brain completely changed. Everything I saw, I used to visualize it. When teacher explained lessons to me, for me it was, I used to visualize it. I used to create scenes in my head. And every homework, every textbook I used to doodle. How many of you have doodled, scribbled when your teacher was teaching all rubbish drawings on the book? So this was the start of my career. Everything. One day I sketched the teacher and teacher slapped me. There was a topic of Battle of Panipat. So teacher asked me to write 2 pages explaining how the battle happened. I cannot write in words. With words I'm not creative. So I visualized it and I sketched it. I sketched horses, people, battle, killing each other. I sketched it and only thing I remember was my teacher slapped me on my face for doing it. Back then art, nobody encouraged it. Then I realized that this is the only thing I love and I love doing it every day. Be it morning, evening, I love doing it. So every day I sketch, doodled, then 7th I passed, 8th I passed, 9th, by 9th my mother got to know that I am doodling everywhere. Everywhere. You give me a tissue in a restaurant, I start sketching. So I became mad and obsessed about sketching. Pencil, so many pencils. I used to only buy pencils and paper, pencils and paper. This got me into a situation where academically I became weak. Studies was not going inside me. Art was everything for me. This got into a trouble and my family situation, right, was so bad. Financially we were so bad. I lost my father when I was 4 years old. My mother studied only till 3rd standard. So the government gave my mother a cleaning job. So my mother raised me thinking that I will study engineering and take my dad's job. The central government had promised my mother that if your son becomes an engineer, we'll give him the job. But I was academically getting weaker and getting stronger in art. So this got me to a situation, my family was extremely worried that what will this guy do in life. Our house was tiny, extremely small house. That was the house given by the government. And I went to a very small school. It was a Kannada medium school. Absolutely no English. Very simple upbringing. I'm sure most of you had the similar situation. In 10th, everybody in my family, I still remember, they were praying to God that let him pass 10th.
I painted something that I liked, but villagers got scared of it. So this was a lesson that I learnt, and this beautiful photo my friend captured it when I was painting it. Until today, I sketch every single day. Sketching and art is like a meditation to me. And when I joined college, I had no idea that I could build a career out of art. I didn't know that I'll become a designer. And that's the beauty of this becoming a designer or whatever, right? You don't know where you're going to go into. At least if you study doctor or MBBS or MBA, whatever, you know what you'll become. As a designer, the path is so beautiful. It will just branch out to so many things. My classmates who studied in that art college became graphic designer. Now they are art directors in movies. Have you seen KGF? Salar? So my classmate is the art director of that movie. He did the entire background and art direction. He was a graphic designer. Then he became a web designer, now he's an art director. Some of my classmates are movie directors. Some of my classmates are interior designers. And they all changed their career path. And they are one of the best in their field. And that's the beauty of design. Today you call yourself UX, UI designer, we don't know what tomorrow is going to be. It will take you to a different path. And be very open to it. Go to the next slide, please. This is my recent sketch. So now, it's not just the pencil and paper. I've fallen in love with every object out there. This is a special pen from Korea. And this is a double-sided ink. And one side, it's a thin nib, and another side is a thick nib. Now I keep experimenting with it. Now I can afford that kind of a pencils and papers. I bring pencils from Japan and Korea and I keep sketching it. The beauty is the art and the passion for art is still there. Now, with this, I would like to say, if you're not an artist, do not remind yourself that God has not gifted you. I'm telling you, God has so many other work. Gift yourself art. Sketch every day. In 6 months, you'll be a wonderful artist. You will love your artwork. Sketch every single day. You can learn guitar today, you know that. Buy a guitar, fall in love with it, take a course. As the tunes get better and better and better, you will love it. You'll eventually, surprisingly, you will one day come on a stage and play it. And you never know, you might build a career out of it. So, at any point of your life, right, you can learn anything. That was the first step towards my career. Now going to the next. This was the second Brahma, what is it? Brahm. This was the second Brahm or myth. The second myth was, I finished my college and I didn't know what to do. There was no career in design. There was no design. Today we have such wonderful career for designers, right? You have jobs in product companies, IT services, design studios. In 1999, there was only 2 design studios in Bangalore and it was flooded with designers. So mostly they used to give a job and they not used to pay for us for 1 year. That was how the design scene was back in 90s. So, like how we fear AI, AI is going to come and is going to take our jobs, right? I feared about computers back then. Because everything in design I used to hand create it. And my friends and the industry and the newspaper used to talk about computers. They used to say computers are going to come and it is going to kill all the artists. All the artists will become jobless when computers come. Like how you fear AI, I fear computers. And I used to talk bad about computers because I didn't have a computer. So to explore my career, I went to Tamil Nadu and I worked for a movie as a background artist. I worked for 2 months, I didn't get paid. But the beauty of that is I learned a lot and today that movie is a super hit. It's a music scored by A.R. Rahman. I will share the video of the entire background set that I put. Then I realized that I cannot build a career in there, so I came back. So one of my friends said, there is a job, but you will have to design on computers. I said, okay, because I lost everything.
There is no job, nothing. I said, I will sketch. So I went and joined that company, and my job was to sketch on computer. Today we have Wacom tablet, right? You know about it? It is wireless, right? Back then it was wired. So when you sketch something, after a couple of seconds it appears on the monitor. So that was the lag. That's how slow the computer were. But I was amazed to see that I was sketching something here and it comes on the monitor. Until then I've never seen a computer. I never had an email, I never went to cyber parlor. I was alien to computer. But until then I believed that, you know, left brain and right brain. Right brain is a creative person, left brain is a logical person. And scientifically it is proven. A lot of people are right brain, some people are left brain. Some people think creative, some people think logic. So this is the thing about left brain and right brain. Like I'm a creative person, I'm a logic person. So I believed in this because people said, hey Anil, you are a right brain guy, you are a very creative person. So I ended up believing it, I read books about it, then I realized, then I told myself I'm a right brain person. Then there came a problem. The company that I joined expected me to code. How many of designers here code? How many of you designers believe that you can't code? Very good. Very nice. That's an honest answer. This is exactly what I believed. So I was worried that my company will ask me to code. And coding, I thought it was some kind of a rocket science. I believed coding only intelligent, intellectual people can do it. So I feared coding. But my company put me in a situation, they told me if you don't code, there is no job. Because you are sketching it, but who's going to code this? Back then, that was the situation. Today, you have an option not to code. In companies, nobody will ask you to code. So I feared, I came home, I thought this is the end of my career. Because all this while from school until college, my first job, I was an artist, I was a creative, I was an artist, I was a creative. Now suddenly my company is asking me to code. What will I code? I don't know where to start from. So one of my friend, my colleague, he said, very simple. He opened Notepad, he put HTML head, HTML body, and put hello world, and he just published it. It came on the browser. I saw hello world. It was so simple. And then he said, you can make this hello world bold. He said, put B, close B. It became bold. Then he said, you can color this hello world. Then he put color is equal to the color hash code. Then it changed the color. I was so curious. This is exactly how the first day when I took pencil and paper started sketching the pigeon. The same feeling. Then I took the HTML book. I started reading. Then I realized that I can move this hello world to one corner to another corner. That's a code called marquee. If you put marquee right, it will move. I just stood up and felt like I'm an engineer. Suddenly I felt like I was a rocket scientist. Now I can code anything in the world. That curiosity led me to become a coder, and for the next 2 years I stopped designing, I was only coding. Started with HTML, got into Java, JavaScript. Back then there was ActionScript and Flash, and with Flash there was another coding language called Flex. So these are the things I used to code. I used to enjoy coding. I hated design. Because everything you type, it turns into something else on the screen. Then I realized that there is nothing like right brain, left brain. When life puts you in a situation, you will use all brains. Correct? Imagine you have no food at home. You got a job as a designer. Now you are very happy. That's the only job you have. But your company asks you to learn coding. Will you say, I'm a right brain, I can't code? You will code, right? That's what happened with my life. If I had an option not to code, I would never code it. Today we all live with that beautiful option of not doing it. Not learning art, not learning technology, not learning coding. That limits us to become a frog in the well. This is the first computer I bought. And this was the most expensive computer. This was 1,20,000 rupees. That was the cost of a computer. And my salary was 3,500 rupees. 3,500 rupees, and the computer was 1,20,000 rupees. They were cheaper computers, but not for graphic designers. This was a little high end. Okay. And then my coding and my design and my art took me to abroad. So I got a job in Saudi Arabia. I didn't know where Saudi Arabia was on the map. I said, I'll go to Saudi Arabia because I designed the first website in Bangalore for ITPL, Information Technology Park. And that website became very famous. Lot of local newspapers wrote about it. They said, now in Bangalore is going to become the high tea destination. And suddenly in Bangalore, I became very famous. There was an article written about me in the local newspaper. So I went to Saudi, saved some money. I got my first television at home. I bought sofa, bed, all this stuff. I saved some money and went to New Zealand to do masters in design. I did 1 year of visual communication strategy and psychology. I topped the university. Then I created a complete typography experimental poster. If you ever go to New Zealand, in Design and Arts College of New Zealand, you will see my work in the entrance. So this is my work. I was 22 years old and when I finished my masters. This is the myth I busted again. When I went to New Zealand, I knew very little English. Because of that introvert character, right? Introvert. Why does that introvert character come? Because we can't communicate well. We fear communication. But when we meet our own tribe, like two Gujaratis meet, they'll speak nicely. One Gujarati, one non-Gujarati meet, they'll struggle to speak. The same if you put in a professional environment, you won't speak. How is that? Because you're limiting yourself. So after all this presentation, if I ask you, do you have any questions? Most of the introverts won't ask. You fear. If I ask a wrong question, will I be insulted? I was exactly same. I lived with that fear. And my first day when I joined the university, my tutor, local New Zealander, was speaking. I didn't understand a single word. I was thinking, what is he speaking? Is it even English? I bought an MP3 recorder. I asked my tutor, is it okay if I keep it in front of you? Because I want to go back, play it and listen to it. He said, it's fine. So I recorded it and I went home and I was listening to it. I still didn't understand. Oh, India English is समझ में नहीं आता है मुझे. उसमें New Zealand English was so difficult for me. Then I realized that English is just a language. It's just a simple language. All my years in college, right, I only hang around with Kannada speaking people because I felt very safe. Because I was a frog in the small well. I didn't know there was ocean. I didn't know there was an opportunity. I didn't know just by learning English, I can conquer the world. I was an introvert. If you think you are an introvert, I'm your father. I can beat all the introverts. No one in the room will come to know that I was Sam sitting there. But when I meet my Kannada friends, I'm an extrovert. I am laughing, cracking jokes, making everybody laugh. But when it comes to work, English and all that, I'm an introvert. I'm very silent. Every company I join, people used to ask, "Arey, Anil kitna silent hai?" Anil is not silent. Anil is an introvert because Anil has a communication problem. Anil is very good with visual communication, very bad with oral communication. Because he never made an attempt to learn good English. I hated it because in a working environment, my juniors became my managers. But I was great with design, but worst in communication. I couldn't sell my own design. I used to design it, and when my boss used to say, go and present it to the client, I used to say, I can't present it. I fear presenting it. And somebody else presented, and they all got promotions. They went above. Imagine at 23 years, An intern was managing my work. I'm very proud of the intern, but I had that opportunity, but I lost it because of my introvert character. But I believe that every designer is an introvert because I saw so many people like me and I started believing it is common and it is normal to be an introvert. We all believe in that? In a professional environment, we are introverts, right? Otherwise, we are all mast jolly people, right? Okay? The day when you break this, trust me, you will become one of the best designers in the world. Designers should communicate, not just visually communicate, they should communicate in real. The day when you come out of this frog in the well, you will see the ocean. I learned English. How did I learn English? I called my friends. I told them I want to learn English. They said, read books. Books पढ़ा हो तो 10th में first class आ जाता. अले book नहीं आ जाता अंदर. पढ़ नहीं सकता book. How many of you have a problem reading books? I don't mind standing on this and raising. I'll break the projector. Okay, actually I didn't see the hands raised up. How many of you don't read books, have problem reading books? How many of you read user manuals? Help filing user manuals. I'm a weird person, I read user manuals. So my friend said, read book, you'll learn English. Gone. I thought, chala gaya, abhi English nahi aane wala hai. The second person said, watch English movies, you will learn English. वो इंग्लिश मूवी में इतना बात करते मुझे समझ में नहीं आता था. फाइटिंग समझ में आता है, रोमांस समझ में आता है, वो बीच में क्या बात करते समझ में नहीं आता. Then one of my friends said, watch Jackie Chan movie. मैं जैकी चैन का मूवी तब वीसीआर वीसीपी था, लेके आके देखा, फिर पता चला जैकी चैन को भी इंग्लिश नहीं आता है, वो डबिंग कर रहा है. Then I fell in love with Jackie Chan. I watched every Jackie Chan movie. I said, बाहर में गया English. I watched everything about Jackie Chan and I learned martial arts. I bought nunchak. I practiced that. And trust me, all these things that you learn, right, time pass, you learn, right, it will come handy. Today I am fit because I went to learn English. I watched Jackie Chan. I practiced martial art. I am still fit. वो इंग्लिश सीखने गया था उधर. Then after that, I thought the best way to learn English is speak English. Whether it is bad English, worst English, no English, good English, speak English. Then I started. People laughed. People made fun. People asked me to speak English so that they can laugh. They all laughed. Initially, I used to feel very insulted. Then eventually, I felt that at least people are laughing. Then over the time, I corrected my English. It's all about framing and composing words together, and it's all about observing how others speak and learn from them and then speak. My first time when I went on stage, there were lights, there were people sitting here. I forgot English. I said, good morning everyone. Then everybody laughed. I was wondering why are they laughing. It was evening actually. भूल गया था क्या बोलना था. Then I said, sorry, it's a good evening. Then again they laughed. Then I was so nervous. My first speech was a disaster. Then I came home, I had tears in my eyes and I told I'm not going to go on stage and speak again. I will never, ever, ever speak on stage because it's too embarrassing. It's too insulting. I was humiliated. Even though people didn't say anything, they only laughed, but I was humiliated. I said I will never go on stage and do this again. If you believe you are an introvert, if you continue to believe you are an introvert, you will remain there. Trust me, you will just remain there. You will be like that pot sitting there. You will not move. Your career won't move. You will not progress. All your ideas, you will get bright ideas, it will die inside. Learn to speak. Learn languages. Learn as many languages as possible. I speak Kannada, English, Tamil, Telugu, Hindi, My wife is a Gujarati, little bit of Gujarati. And I want to learn more languages. The more languages I speak, right, the better designer I'm becoming, and I'm able to build better business. So you're not an introvert. Nobody is an introvert here. Okay? After this speech, I'll come back to Ahmedabad again. If I see you faces again same, मुझे English नहीं आता है, मुझे वो नहीं आता है, ये नहीं आता है, then leave design domain, go to some other domain. That's me here. When I joined the company, by now I could speak English. I was selling my own design. I was going into client meetings. I was sitting there. I was selling concepts. Suddenly, in 1 year, I changed myself from being just a designer in a company. I was promoted to creative art director in Ogilvy. Ogilvy is a global ad agency. So that was me. That was the team that I was leading. Can you go to the next slide? That was the myth that I busted, that designers are not introvert. The first myth that I busted was art is not a God-gifted talent. If you practice, you'll become an artist. The second one is creative people can code, coders can become creative. The third one is we are not introverts. We can go and conquer the world. We can sell anything. The fourth myth is designers don't think business. How many of you want to start your own company? I already started, but I am starting one more. How many of you fear starting your own company? I also have the fear. We can't think business because it's not in our roots, right? We only want to create. Only when somebody pays us to create, we'll create. Or we'll create for ourselves. Why we can't think business? Because business is mathematics, correct? Business is calculation. We are all weak in calculation. For business, you have to sell. And then you have to get the money. Then you have to survive. So you don't want to do that. That is all risky thing. You are a designer. Why do you want to go out and sell? Why do you want to think about money? Let somebody else think. And let me be very comfortable. Let me design every day. This was my thought until 2010. I was working in world's best agency as a creative art director. From staying in a government house, I bought a house in Bangalore. I bought a house in New Zealand. I bought 2 cars, a sports bike, got married, got my first son in New Zealand. All this design and art gave me. It gave me because I was not standing there. I was moving, learning. Oh, Brahm, what is it? Brahm. I busted all the Brahms and moved forward. In 2010, this was the biggest myth I had in my head, that I can never start my own. 13 years of experience. I feared starting. I said everything is good. Monthly salary is coming. Every year we used to go on abroad holiday. From a person who had nothing in life, suddenly life has given me everything. Now the question is, should I spoil it? Isn't it risk? When you have everything, why do you have to start? 2010, November, nice beautiful day in New Zealand. I woke up, I had my chai, I told my wife, let's go back to India. She lost her mind. She's like, pagal hai kya? And let's go back to India. Like, what are you going to do in India? I said, I'll start my own. Like, you cannot start your own, you're a designer. तुझे math समझ में नहीं आता है, तुझे number समझ में नहीं आता है. Then she asked me, कभी कुछ भेजा है क्या? Like, नहीं भेजा है. तेरा कंपनी में कुछ भेजा है तो ना? मैं कुछ नहीं भेजा है. इंडिया में क्या भेजने वाला है? Like, सीख लूँगा. But that was my movement. If I say no, then for the rest of the life I won't. I had in my head, मुझे जाना है वापस. Then I told, that's it, nothing doing, we're going back. My wife called my mother. My mother in Bangalore started crying. इसको कुछ आ गया, भूत आ गया कुछ. She was like, अभी तो घर खरीदा है, घर का EMI भर रहा है. and this pagal hai. And she said, don't. My relatives, everybody called up, like, how are you? I said, good. I heard you're coming back. I thought everyone will be happy I'm coming back. He like, मत आओ इधर. इंडिया अच्छा नहीं है, मार्केट बहुत गंदा है इधर. बहुत सारा डिज़ाइनर जॉबलेस है इधर. मैं बोला नहीं आ रहा है. I packed my bags, I came. I had 5 lakh rupees as a savings. I put 3 lakh rupees aside to run my family for 1 year, 2 lakh rupees to start my company. I took 2 lakh rupees, started my company inside my apartment in one of the room. I first called it Pixie Tree. I didn't know what to call a company. I called it because next day morning I had a meeting with a potential client. For 1 week I was sitting, there was no customer. I thought everybody will come running to me. Because I'm New Zealand se aa raha hai. I thought India is waiting for me. Nobody came. एक client भी नहीं आया. मैं सबको फ़ोन करके all the clients all my friends I called up, कुछ project है तो दे देना, मैं company शुरू करने वाला हूँ. Nobody gave, nobody, not even one single. Finally one contact came. He said, कल सुबह there's a potential client, you should go meet. I said, yes, I'll meet him. Then my wife said, you cannot go meet him, you should create a company. GoDaddy में जाके Pixel डाला, Pixel में ये company भी नहीं है. Then GoDaddy suggested Pixie Tree. मतलब जो भी है, Pixie Tree का logo बना दिया. Next day early morning went and printed my business card. फिर मेरे friend को phone किया, मैं पहली बार life में sales कर रहा हूँ. First time I'm going to meet a client. How should I go? He said, ए पागल के जैसा jeans पहन के जाओ, formal पहनो. मेरे पास formal नहीं था. So my only formal was my father-in-law had given my wedding formal shirt and pant. I wore that. Luckily I was fitting, thanks to Jackie Chan. I kept myself fit. Now you know, whatever you learned, everything will come handy. Somebody today morning said, I'm learning all the instruments, it will come handy. Who is that? He said, now I play guitar also. So everything will come handy in future. So पहन के गया, Star Hotel, there's a coffee shop, he's sitting there. Until then, I didn't know how to greet a customer. Have you ever greeted a client? Have you ever met a client on your own? Good. How many people have met clients on your own? Very good, very nice. For me, 13 years, I never met a client. My company used to give the brief on my table and I used to design it and give it back to them. First time I'm going to meet a client, I didn't even, how do designers meet? Hey, what's up, man? I can't do that with a client. I went there, I stood, I said, hello. Hello. I said, I'm Anil from Pixie Tree. He was like, oh, you're from Pixie Tree? I like, kya Pixie Tree? Kal night shuru kiya Pixie Tree. He mistook it to another company, which is Mindtree. Mindtree is the biggest company in the Bangalore. Then I said, sir, वो Mindtree है, मैं Pixie Tree है. कल night शुरू किया मैंने. He like, okay, sit. We spoke, and after that he said, you're good, man, I'll work with you. I called my wife and said, I closed my first project. She was so happy. I like, dude, you closed it. I like, हाँ, close किया. कितने का close किया? अरे पता नहीं है. मैं क्यों गया रे पे उधर? कितने में close किया पता नहीं है. नहीं, आज शाम को भेजना है मुझे. Proposal भेजना है. I never sent proposal. I was working in a company. My company never told me to send proposals. How many of you have made proposals here? My first proposal I downloaded from internet. उसमें नाम था, address था, price था. No terms and condition. It's an open contract forever until I die. That means I can design until I die. Open था. Now 130 screens I have to design. That was the project. It was a SaaS platform I had to design. 2011, start of my company. 130 screens. Call my friend. I asked him, 130 screens का project आ गया. कितना charge करूँ? वो बोला 1 लाख चार्ज करो. बोला 1 लाख देगा क्या वो? अरे देगा देगा चार्ज करो. Another friend said, ए 1 लाख मत कर, तू cheap, give him at a very affordable. First client, don't lose it. 3-4 friends gave me different numbers. मैं बोला चलो रहने दो. 7,000 rupees charge किया मैंने. 130 screens. A client said, ये थोड़ा ज़्यादा है, थोड़ा कम कर लो। उसमें डिस्काउंट दिया, 2,500 रुपीज़ उसने डाउन पेमेंट दिया। बैक देन देयर वाज नो पेटीएम, वो अकाउंट पे ट्रांसफ़र किया 2,500 रुपीज़। आई स्टार्टेड द प्रोजेक्ट, 3 months I worked. Third month he sends me an email, you are the worst designer I've ever worked with. Return my money. I returned his money. This is business. If you think business is waiting for you, business is waiting to hit you hard and slap you hard. That slap was necessary because I have to unlearn to learn. Sometimes you learn and your attitude is high. मुझे आता है, मुझे सब आता है. So that slap was so tight because 3 months निकल गया, 4th month निकल गया, जो मैंने savings रखा था family के वो भी निकल गया क्योंकि my son's diaper cost was so much every month. I was running out money. Then I was low on confidence. My wife said, we'll pack our bags and go back to New Zealand. I said, no, I'll do sales. I will do sales. मैं रोज़ उठ के जाता हूँ, सेल्स करता हूँ. जैसा मैंने टेक्नोलॉजी सीखा, कोडिंग सीखा, जैसे मैंने आर्ट सीखा, मैं वैसे ही मैं सेल्स सीखने वाला हूँ. Even if a client says no, I'll go. So back then I learned 2 things in sales. There is something called farming and hunting. When you hunt, you will get something. When you farm, it will grow with you. So I started farming. I started talking about design everywhere. Then first thing I realized, the pixie tree का अच्छा नहीं है नाम, कुछ मस्त नाम रखने का. Then my son's first school in New Zealand was called Lollipop. He said Lollipop. Then I called the company Lollipop. Go daddy पे Lollipop था, चलो Lollipop. Then I wrote a story. Why Lollipop? Lollipop is the only candy that leaves a mark on your tongue. We are the only studio that will leave a mark on your brand. पूरा story लिखा बैठ के मैंने. And I said, Lollipop is an experience. If you take any other candy, you have to unwrap it, put it in your mouth, and you're forced to eat it or spit it. With Lollipop, you can experience how much you want to eat. I wrote that story. Then I narrated story to people. Lollipop is an experience. And we are a user experience and user interface design studio. 2, 3, 4 sales नहीं हुआ. उसके बाद, you know Varun Agarwal? Varun Agarwal is the founder of Alma Mater store. Recently there's a movie from the Dangal director, मुझसे ना हो पाएगा, something like that. There's a movie that came about him. He gave me the first project, and this time I told him I will charge you 1 lakh rupees. He said I'll give you 1 lakh. I worked, I designed it, I coded it, I pushed it live. Times of India wrote an article about it. That was the start of Lollipop. Uske baad projects started coming in. I hired people. I had no idea how to hire people. I put it in the newspaper that Lollipop is looking for designers. I printed in A4 sheets and gave it to the computer centers. I didn't know where to hire. I put it on Naukri.com. I got few applications. Not many people used to apply back then because in 2011 nobody knew UI UX. They were all graphic and web designers. I hired a couple of folks. I trained them. I woke up every single day. I split my day into sales, design, and coding. Sales, design, and coding. For 3 years I did that, and after that we became a team of 10. 10 people. This was like a dream come true. I never thought that I will build a design studio that was 10 people. I came back from New Zealand with a dream of 5 people. I will build a 5 people team. That I called it success. We became 10. And this is where I started Lollipop. This is my home studio. This is my second studio. These are the 2 people that I hired first. She is heading Dell. She is in the US. They both worked with me for 7 years. Then after that, we got a studio of this size. Each and every Apple Mac you see, right, I bought it on EMI. Apple gives a 0% interest for startups. So everything was on EMI. So my job was to wake up, do sales, come back, design, and code. Can you go to the next slide? Company grew. everything was a hard lesson. Everything was a tight slap on my face, then I wake up. Then unlearn, learn. And I visualize myself as a frog in the well. Every time I thought, there is no opportunity, itna hi hai. So when I visualized frog outside the well, there is opportunity. So from 10, we grew to 20, from 20 to 50. When I hit 50 people team, that was the largest design studio team in India back then. In 2013 and 14, design studios didn't grow beyond 20, 30 people. We came to 15 and that was the highest achievement for me. Then I was like, इसके ऊपर नहीं करेंगे, इसके ऊपर risk है business के लिए. Then I challenged myself, I'll take it to 100. We took it to 100. This was an 100 people team. We couldn't fit everybody there. We took photos in batches. Can you play the next? Go to the next slide, please. And then I started traveling across the world to spread the awareness of design first approach. I told every startup why design is so important. Then Swiggy signed up, Myntra signed up, Paytm, every other startup today you see has a lollipop stamp on it. Everybody knows lollipop. I built a brand where every designer dreamt of working at Lollipop. This was while I was celebrating design. I was enjoying my life. I was glad that I didn't go back to New Zealand. I was glad that I came to India. That fear, right, we all have. If you have any ideas like that, try it. If you fail, you'll have a story to tell. If you succeed, you'll celebrate. Always try. Can you go back to the previous slide, please? This was the first center that we opened in Mumbai. In Mumbai, we have about 53 designers. And this is in Chennai. Then we opened in San Jose in US. This is a Vietnam team. We are about 53 people in Vietnam. In Vietnam, we are the largest design studio as of now. And this is in Dubai, where I live currently. Just a dream come true. This is not one attempt. I dreamt 5 people. Now I go around the world. I talk about design. I talk about the impact of design. And I tell the world about the story. I tell them what do we do. And my dream is to put India on map for design. And I want to tell the world that come to India because we have the best designers here. And they ask me, why should I have Indian designers? Because India is the only place where we celebrate colors. That's holy. If you go to US, right, they have only 2 colors. That entire US works on blue. Twitter is blue, Facebook is blue, every damn thing is blue. Here in India, we have no restrictions. Check your dresses, right? Pura dunya ka colors idhar hai. We all are different. Our culture is different. Our food is different. Our dressing is different. We look different. Thus, I tell the world to come and get the designs here because we are ready to experiment. We are the new generation. Now we can do anything in the world. This is exactly what Narayan Murthy Premji told the world when they were young. They told, come to India, we will build the best softwares. Everybody came to India. Now India is building the best softwares in the world. And today we are taking the stage, going out and telling the world that come to India, we will show you the best designs. Go to the next slide. So Lollipop is about 285 people, 8 locations. We won 54 plus awards and we are the largest design studio today. 25 years back, my story was nothing. Exactly like here. At least you are bold enough to come and sit here. I would go sit somewhere there in the corner. That's the character I was. I feared everything in life. I feared failure. I feared communication. Feared language. I had every kind of fear running in me. That made me a frog in the well. Go to the next slide. Today, I celebrate design. I celebrate life. and I was very thankful to the Indian design ecosystem for giving me this opportunity. And I've created close to 280 jobs for wonderful designers. We are hiring and we'll keep hiring more designers. We have one of the best brands working with us. And the best part is today there are design studios everywhere. Everywhere. Actually, design studios only come in Mumbai, Bangalore, and Delhi. Today we have in Ahmedabad, we have Sandcub Studio. There's so many beautiful design studios coming up. Build a career there. Help design studios because design studios have stories to tell. They recruit people. Like for example, let me tell you, the Sandskriti, the passport, it is not a profitable thing for them. They're spending money from their pocket. Today morning I was talking to Pramod. In fact, I'm staying at his place. They make loss. They don't make money out of it. But his dream is to bring designers together. I asked him, why are you doing this passport? It's money to print. He's like, Jane do. Ahmedabad should become a design center. And they're doing it. They're spending their money. And this ecosystem has to grow. Only when this ecosystem grows, right, an opportunity will open up. And trust me, one day, and sitting somewhere in the US, will see this and they will fly to Ahmedabad to meet all the designers and they'll sign a contract for a design. And that's how I got a lot of bigger brands across the world to come to Bangalore. In Bangalore, I made them sign deals that was multi-crore. If Ahmedabad becomes famous, if all these initiatives they are starting becomes famous, you will have a wonderful opportunity. So my story is this. I would like to hear your story. I'll come to Ahmedabad often. I'm going to sit there. I'm sure there's so many faces that I see here. It's like I'm seeing myself. This is how I was, very silent. I'm sure you guys will take a stage and tell a story. Story doesn't have to be very big. Story is a story. Story that will make you happy. Story that maybe you've launched a project and so many users are using it and thanking you. That itself is a beautiful, successful story. Tell a story. Design is a story. Design is a beautiful narration. Design is a beautiful solution. And I would end here. I'll open for questions. All the introverts go back. And all the people who want to ask questions, ask. I'll answer in any language except Gujarati. I'll get translator to do it. But ask questions. Thank you so much. I'm very active here. I love visual stories. So LinkedIn is quite boring. Instagram, बहुत सारा visuals है. You can make stories, reels, post. I'm very, very active here. Follow me here. If you don't feel like asking questions here, you can ask me on Instagram. I'll reply after 2 months. So questions, guys. Very good. I'll come down and answer.
Sir, my name is Hemakshi and I am following from day one to design. मैंने जब से डिज़ाइन में पैर रखा है ना तब से मैं आपको फॉलो कर रही हूँ. बट आपने मेंशन नहीं किया कि आपका एक्सपीरियंस कैसा था जब आप डॉन नॉर्मन से आपकी डिज़ाइन दिखा रहे थे, अनिल डिज़ाइन. सो आई एम फीलिंग द सेम बिकॉज यू आर द रोल मॉडल फॉर मी एंड फॉर यू दिस इज द डॉन नॉर्मन. सॉरी.
Yeah, I met Don Norman 2 years back. Sorry. So I met Don Norman 2 years back. He invited me to his residence in US. I went there. I'm a very big fan of Don Norman. In fact, he's the father of UX. And he gave a beautiful review saying that Lollipop is changing design and it is putting design on the map, and it was goosebumps. And I was like, uske ghar pe chai piya maine. He's very old, very energetic, and he's still writing, still contributing to the design world. I think that was the best feedback I've ever got, and that was my best moment in my life. Yeah, please watch this video. It's everywhere. Don Norman talking about design and talking about Lollipop. Thank you so much, and thanks for following me, and all the best. Questions?
Hi, sir. So definitely, I have a plethora of questions. I have written them down in my notes app, but I'll be, quick with it. So I have two questions that I've mixed. First one of them is, now you have understood user experience and everything. You know that user experience is not always design or change of looks. Many times it's solutions that doesn't require design because it's a process-based thing. So have you experienced such problems when you were solving for companies when they came? Her by design is not a solution. Every time it's maybe a process, maybe operations as well. And similarly, what do you think of these existing so-called become a UX designer in 6-week courses that create so many templatized designers that apply for jobs?
Yeah, so there was a misconception about design. People thought colors, shapes, and typography is design. That is not design. That is beautification of design. To me, design is a beautiful solution. You have to find a solution and then beautify it. Like for example, if you manufacture a mixer where you grind in your kitchen, right? You have a mixer, you know the mixer, right? If you manufacture it and if it does a great job but doesn't look good, nobody's going to buy it. Nobody is going to even look at it because it doesn't look good on your kitchen platform. But it looks great but it doesn't grind anything, you're not going to buy it. So design has to be a beautiful solution. It should look beautiful, it will solve the problem. So sometimes we have taken projects where we thought it's all about beautification, then we realized that they don't need interface. It was a process adjustment or a process level solutions. A very good thing that we tried was in 2012 and 13, Indians didn't have credit card. Okay, it was very difficult to get a credit card. So most of the e-commerce that we built, right, was failing because nobody was purchasing it. They only used it to compare between the products or compare between the cost in the real shop and this one. So we introduced cash on delivery. Cash on delivery enabled e-commerce in India. So everybody started ordering it, but cash on delivery was a not great idea for business because a person has to chase another person to take the cash. Until unless it was like 1,000, 2,000 rupees, it was safe. If you're trying to send a mobile phone which is 15,000 rupees, that cash was very risky for business. Business were bleeding on cash on delivery. Now here, will you do a beautiful interface or will you solve the problem at a design level? You have to solve the problem at the design level. So this is the beauty of a design career. Sometimes you need to paint beautiful things for it to sell. Sometimes you have to fix the process for it to sell. So design is both. Now coming back to the courses, yes, it's a business and it's a wonderful business. There's a lot of institutions making money out of it. And in this fast-paced world, everybody wants to become designer fast. And there's nothing wrong with the course. You take the course, but you should take the course telling yourself that this is just a small thing. You still have so much to learn. And many designers, many people are turning into designers, which is wonderful. But please understand, design is a huge practice. It's a very, 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 very big practice, and it doesn't end. Okay, if you think you're starting today, until you die, you have to learn. It doesn't end. Today I was giving an example. What does A.R. Rahman do when he's on holiday? He composes music. What does he do when he's sad? He composes music. What does he do when he's happy? He composes music. Why? He's passionate about music. What do we do today? We take a break from design and go to Goa. Correct? We take a break because design has become a job. Okay? If it becomes passion, the 3-week course is nothing. You need 30 years course. So 3-week course is just a starter, and I know a lot of education institutions are tempting people to become a designer fast, but that is their strategy of promoting the course. We don't have to fall prey to it. Even if you want to do a 3-week course, do it, but tell yourself after 3 weeks there's still so much to learn. Come back and learn. And design is a very self-taught. No matter how much YouTube, Don Norman books teach you, right, there's still so much that you have to learn on your own. So do the crash course and also teach yourself every day.
sir. Big fan. One thing I had continuously in mind. So I have worked 7+ years in an agency, um, like doing all the things from graphics to product and so on, and now currently a product manager. Um, but one question that hints me and takes me back to the agency days is like, uh, so for example, take Lollipop. Okay, so Lollipop is working with Swiggy, but Swiggy is working for larger audiences, right? So how does Lollipop test their product for larger audiences with respect to with compliance with Swiggy? So for example, Swiggy has its own business goal, right? So you'll have to take into consideration of Swiggy business goal as well as targeting the larger audiences. So how does that thing work?
It's not a hit. So we start with the workshop where we bring all the Swiggy or whichever brand we are working with. We bring all the stakeholders. We'll ask them first, and we look at the data points, and then we go on field to meet the real users. Plus, Lollipop has built a lab in-house. It's called UX Lab, where we have 2 rooms. One room users sit, another room observers sit, and we do real live user testing there. That way we manage and we record. We also have eyeball tracking and all that to see what are they looking at, how often they're looking at. We have tools like Hotjar to measure the heat map. So we measure everything, and collectively we take a report and come up with a solution. So design today is a very good question. Design today is very research driven. Without research, do not blindly start on Figma. Figma is just a tool. It is like a hammer, that's it. Don't start with hammer. Imagine you building a cupboard like that. Will you start with hammer? First you need to write it down. What is the cupboard? What are you going to keep on that? Where will it sit? What material you're going to use, and then use Figma. Okay? Good. I'm sorry, after.
So हेलो सर, मेरा नाम महाकृष्ण है और मैं डिज़ाइनर हूँ, और इतने सालों से आपको YouTube के वीडियो और सब जगह स्क्रीन पे देख के आज विश्वास नहीं हो रहा कि आप सामने हैं और मैं इस तरह से आपको सुन पा रहा हूँ. सो मोस्टली मेरे क्वेश्चन जो मैं घर से बहुत सारे याद करके आया था कि ये पूछूंगा, ये मुझे इश्यू है, या ये नहीं समझ में आ रहा है, और बहुत सारी चीज़ें ऐसी थी कि जो मुझे जाननी थी, बट आपके प्रेजेंटेशन को देख के बहुत सारी क्लियर हो गई. बट मुझे एक ही छोटा सा क्वेश्चन है, सिली सा. सो आपकी बहुत सारे जैसी राय रही है, कभी आप न्यूजीलैंड गए आए, तो उसमें आपने हमेशा कंटिन्यूसली उस चीज़ को कैसे, अपने पैशन को कैसे फॉलो करा, इस तरह का है.
बेस्ट को,
हाँ, अपने आप को पैशन,
हाँ पैशन को,
हाँ,
ओके.
और अपनी जो चीज़ें अपने को जो चाहिए था, वो अपने जो गोल हैं उनको कैसे फुलफिल करा, लाइक कंटिन्यूसली उस
मेरा
फेलियर और
मेरा एक सीक्रेट है. इफ एवरीबडी फॉलोज दैट यू विल एंजॉय लाइफ. मेरा छोटा छोटा चीज़ में ना मैं बहुत खुश होता हूँ. आप बिरयानी खाते हो इधर? हाउ मेनी पीपल ईट बिरयानी? चिकन बिरयानी, सॉरी रॉन्ग क्वेश्चन इन अहमदाबाद. जब चिकन बिरयानी में अच्छा चिकन पीस मिला तो बहुत खुश हो जाता हूँ. और दिन में ना ऐसा छोटा छोटा चीज़ है, बहुत खुश हो जाता है. मुझे रबड़ी बहुत पसंद है. समटाइम्स I wish it rained today. So I find happiness in small things. That small things make me do bigger things.
Okay.
And even today I'm like this. मुझे आज गोवर्धन ताल जाना है. Govardhan Tal is a very famous restaurant here.
Yeah.
तो कल ये ना बहुत खुश हो जाऊंगा। कल जो भी चैलेंज है वो देख लूंगा कल, आज खाने का है बस। ऐसा खाने पे पीने पे भी थोड़ा थोड़ा चीज़ बहुत खुश होता हूँ। कभी कभी साइकिल लेके माउंटेन पे चले जाता हूँ, मेरा इंस्टाग्राम में देखा हो आप। आप वो बहुत खुश देता है मुझे। वो माउंटेन से जब नीचे आता हूँ ना, वो उसका फीलिंग ही अलग है। ये सभी, ये स्मॉल हैप्पीनेस के लिए उतना पैसा नहीं चाहिए। इट्स अ स्मॉल थिंग्स, एंड समटाइम्स spending time with my son and going out with him. I fight with him. All these things.
And how to deal with any failure on this?
See, everybody says failure is a lesson. You should accept failure and all that. जब fail हो तो रो, okay? Be sad. Blame yourself. Blame everyone. This is the process.
Yeah.
Okay? Blame yourself. If you want 1 month of negative feeling, it's okay, fine. ऐसा नहीं है सब भी फेल होता है, मैं भी फेल हो गया नहीं। जब आपको होता है, only you will know the pain. And go through the pain. When you go through breakup, when your girlfriend leaves or boyfriend leaves, everybody says दुनिया में बहुत सारा लड़के हैं, बहुत सारा लड़की है। कुछ नहीं है, वो नहीं मिला अभी दुख के बहुत। So as a human, right, what we do when we go through any emotion, we want to come out of that emotion fast.
Yeah.
Thus we put pressure on us. When we are sad, we want to be happy. And what we have done is we have blacklisted emotions. Sad is a very bad.
Yeah.
Anxiety is very bad. Failure is very bad. You should not blacklist any of those things. These are all things you should accept it. Only thing is, over the years, as you get wiser, you should learn how to deal with it.
Yeah.
Okay? When you fail, cry. Blame yourself. Fight. Become negative. Next time when you fail, minus few things.
Yeah.
Next time you fail, be little wise enough. That's it. I have failed and I have blamed my family. I have hated myself. It's not that मैं failure होता है next day उठ के खुश हो गया. Next day नहीं, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months I have cried. It's a normal process. And next time anything like this happen, just be normal human. Don't push too hard to be happy.
Yeah.
Don't think success नहीं आया. It's okay. आएगा. Try करो आएगा. Fail होगा तो be there, feel it. When you get fever, be it, right? That's your rest time. सो जाओ, take tablets, sleep. Good. Don't go swimming during fever. Don't do opposite things.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
हेलो सर।
हेलो।
आज मैं बहुत लकी आपको देख रहा हूँ, मिला भी। और मुझे एक क्वेश्चन है, जैसे हम बहुत साल से डिज़ाइनिंग कर रहे हैं, भले ही अपने पास एक्सपीरियंस है या नॉलेज है, अगर मैं यही चीज़ कोई डिज़ाइन एक्सप्लेन करना है हिंदी में, हम बहुत अच्छे तरीके से वो सामने वालों को एक्सप्लेन कर देते हैं। पर यही चीज़ आपने मतलब अभी सुना है आपका स्टोरी, तो थोड़ा सा तो कॉन्फिडेंस है। तो इंग्लिश में हम जब करते हैं तो वो नहीं होता। ये एक तो अलग पार्ट हो गया जो अब हम करने का ट्राई करेंगे। पर मेरा एक क्वेश्चन जो है, जो कोर, जैसे अभी हम डिज़ाइन कर दिया तो फीडबैक कई बार क्या होता है, हम डायरेक्टली क्लाइंट को देते हैं या नहीं देते हैं, पर जो मेन है उनको तो कई बार उसके बारे में इतना सेंस नहीं होता है कि ये जो डिज़ाइन किया है किस पर्सपेक्टिव से किया होगा। वो सारा हम इतने सारे एक्सपीरियंस से स्क्रीन बना देते। कोई दूसरे का सबका फीडबैक लेंगे तो हर एक पॉइंट पे फीडबैक देता है, वो डिज़ाइन इस तरीके से हो जाता है कि पूरा का स्क्रैच ही हो जाता है। तो हम नए से ट्राई करते हैं, फिर दे देते हैं। तो अब ये फीडबैक कई बार फर्स्ट टाइम जब होता है हम बहुत अच्छे से लेते हैं, सेकंड टाइम भी बहुत और अच्छे से लेते हैं, थर्ड टाइम थोड़ा सा नर्वस होते हैं, फोर्थ में फिफ्थ में तो ऐसे सोचते हैं कि क्या हम डिज़ाइन कर पाते हैं कि नहीं कर पाते हैं। ये एक स्टेज आता है और एक टाइम ऐसा हो जाता है कि पर्टिकुलरली उसको सोच के हम अगर, और ज़्यादा सर डिज़ाइनर्स को तो रात में ही बहुत ज़्यादा दिमाग चलता है।
सही बात, क्या तारीफ।
तो वो जो सिचुएशन है हम उसको स्क्रैच करके फिर से नया बनाएंगे, वो एकदम सबको अच्छा लगता है। तो ये फीडबैक जो है बहुत सारे डिज़ाइनर्स को, ये कई बार ऐसा होता है कि मेरा इतना एक्सपीरियंस है, मैं क्यों आपका फीडबैक सुनूं, एकदम सिली जैसा लगता है। पर मेरा आपके मतलब सब लोगों को बताएंगे तो फीडबैक थोड़ा सा अच्छे से ले पाए तो हम उसमें से लर्न भी कर सकते हैं और उसको थोड़ा और अपने डिज़ाइन को ही हम खुद एक बार कंपेयर करेंगे तो अपना ही डिज़ाइन आप दिखेगा। तो इसके ऊपर आपका
वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन। पहले आपका डिज़ाइन फेल हो गया, उसका जिम्मेदार आप ही हो। ओके, कभी हम क्लाइंट को बोलता है उसको डिज़ाइन समझ में नहीं आता है, वो क्लाइंट को कुछ पता नहीं है, वो क्लाइंट को पता नहीं है क्योंकि वो डिज़ाइनर नहीं है। उसको जो पता है वो बताता है, उसको ब्लू पसंद है कि रेड पसंद है वो ही बताने वाला है, वो जिसको जितना दिमाग है उतना ही बात करने वाला है। हम डिज़ाइनर लोग हैं ना, हमारा प्रॉब्लम है कि हम बहुत मस्त डिज़ाइन करते हैं, उसको बेच नहीं सकते, उसको बेचना है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल ये इसका फैशन है, ऐसा टी शर्ट पहना है, 6 पॉकेट है, आप पहनेगा ऐसा? क्यों? इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, और फैशन में भी इंटरेस्ट नहीं है। ये डिज़ाइनर है, आप क्लाइंट हो, ये मस्त डिज़ाइन किया है, आपको इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, जिधर इंटरेस्ट है आप इंटरेस्ट दिखाएंगे। एक क्लाइंट भी वैसा ही है, एक क्लाइंट को दिमाग नहीं चलता डिज़ाइन पे, आपको नहीं पहना है, आप उसको डिज़ाइन पसंद नहीं है। क्यों पसंद नहीं है उसको भी पता नहीं है, आपको क्यों पसंद नहीं है पता नहीं है ना, आपको ये आदत है। वो डिज़ाइनर वो क्लाइंट को जो आदत है, जो देखा है वो उसी को पसंद करेगा। अगर ये आपको बताएगा कि ये टी शर्ट क्यों पहना है, रोज थोड़ा थोड़ा बताएगा तो अगले महीना आप ये ऐसे ही पहनेगा। एक क्लाइंट और डिज़ाइनर का रिलेशनशिप है ना, ये बहुत बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। आई टेल यू 2 सिनारियोस। ओके, आपको बुखार है, आप डॉक्टर के पास जाते हो, दिस इज द फर्स्ट डॉक्टर। ओके गाइज, लिसन टू दिस केयरफुली। द फर्स्ट डॉक्टर, आप आते वो बताएगा कि क्या हुआ, बुखार है मुझे। कब से बुखार? 2 दिन से। वो पैनाडॉल लिख के देगा, एंटीबायोटिक्स लिख के देगा, विक्स ये ले लो, अब बुखार ठीक हो जाएगा। आप घर गया, पैनाडॉल लिया, एंटीबायोटिक्स लिया, बुखार ठीक हो गया। ठीक हो गया ना बुखार? नाउ यू गो टू द सेकेंड डॉक्टर, बुखार है, भाई डॉक्टर पूछेगा क्या हुआ, आपका नाम क्या है? रमेश। अरे रमेश क्या हो गया? बुखार है। कब से बुखार? 3 दिन से। अरे कैसा हो गया? बैठो पहले, आप बिठाया, फिर आपके पास बात किया उसने और आपका काम के बारे में पूछ रहे हैं। अभी बोल रहे हैं कि मैं बुखार चेक करने वाला हूँ। आपका बॉडी पेन है? नहीं है। आपको किधर दुख रहा है? आप रेस्ट ले लो, आप मैं एक दवाई लिख के देता हूँ, खाना कम खा लेना, रात में दूध पी लेना, ये टैबलेट ले लो, फिर मुझे फ़ोन करना, टैबलेट लेने के बाद कल भी एक बार फ़ोन करना, वो भी वही टैबलेट लिखेगा, पैनाडॉल, एंटीबायोटिक्स, विक्स, वो देगा, आपको बुखार ठीक होगा। अभी नेक्स्ट टाइम कौन सी डॉक्टर के पास जाएगा आप? क्यों? समझ, और डिज़ाइनर वही करने के क्लाइंट के साथ। हम क्या करते हैं, ईमेल में भेज देते हैं, प्लीज़ फाइंड अटैच डिज़ाइन, ले लो प्रिस्क्रिप्शन, घर जाके ले लो, सब पसंद हो या तो ले लो, नहीं तो जाओ। फिर नेक्स्ट डे आएगा गंदा डिज़ाइन, अब बोलेगा तू गंदा है। गंदा कौन है? सेकेंड डॉक्टर बनने का। कैसा बनना है? When you go to a client meeting, there is something called ice breaker. Ice breaker वो चीज़ है कि पहले क्लाइंट को जानो। Okay, if I am a client, if you go to my Instagram, if you go to my LinkedIn, you will know that I love food. पहले फूड के बारे में बात करो। लाइक सर आपको फूड पसंद है, आप अहमदाबाद आ जाइए, मस्त मस्त फूड मिलते हैं। नाउ आई नो यू, नाउ आपको भी थोड़ा खुश हो रहा है, मुझे भी थोड़ा खुश हो रहा है। उसके बाद रमेश डिज़ाइन दिखाएगा, डिज़ाइन को एक्सप्लेन करेगा, आपको बुका रहे, कब से बुका रहे, ऐसा वाला बात करेगा तब डिज़ाइन समझ में आएगा, तब ट्रस्ट बढ़ेगा। फिर बोलेगा रमेश एक काम करो, मुझे थोड़ा सा चेंज करके दे दो, फिर तब डिज़ाइन, दैट इज कॉल्ड सेलिंग डिज़ाइन। सेलिंग डिज़ाइन टू ह्यूमंस लाइक ह्यूमंस। एम्पैथी है ना, उसको डाल के सेल करना है, नहीं तो डिज़ाइन कोई खरीदने वाला नहीं है। ऐसा वाला शर्ट पैंट होगा, आप नहीं खरीदने वाला है।
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. First of all, welcome to Ahmedabad.
Thank you.
Yeah. Currently, I'm running my successful one startup. Like it's been 8 months, and I'm pitching clients with some of my key points, like what are they like, what are their future goals, or related to things. But I want to know that what are your pitch deck? Like what are the major points do you consider in sale? Like from bottom to the highest point, like you want to show that we are the firm that we are solving this kind of problem, and we are trying to improve your process and workflow.
What are you selling?
Currently UX designs and
UI UX design.
Yeah.
Okay. So you've been doing for the last 8 months.
Yes.
And you're successful.
Yes.
Congratulations, man. A big round of applause. So design is a story. So मेरा story था lollipop. It's an experience. उसके बाद impact. उसके बाद इधर उधर थोड़ा स्टोरी जोड़ के मैंने एक स्टोरी नरेट किया। ये स्टोरी बदलता रहता है, because humans are not parrots to repeat the same thing again and again. Based on the situation, you have to change the story. अगर आप हॉस्पिटल जा रहे हो, हॉस्पिटल में डिज़ाइन भेजने का, तो हॉस्पिटल का लैंग्वेज बात करना है। अगर आप बैंक जा रहे हो तो बैंक का बात करना है। So in sales, the secret is talk about the client, not about you. Always talk about the client. When you go there, don't say that, hey, I'm from Lollipop, we are the 285 people. उसको नहीं सुनने का है, because उसको सुनना है, hey, for example, you're in a hospital, wonderful. I've seen the reviews. People write great things about you. But I think your website is not reflecting that greatness of what people talk. There are some things in your website, if you fix it, trust me, you will be the best hospital in the town. And now let me talk about those things. Your pitch has to change. Your pitch has to be about the client. उसके बाद time मिला तो आपका introduction दे दो. Always when you go to a sales meeting, make 1 or 2 page about the client. ये 2 page लेके जाओ.
Like I just want to change of your perspective that I am showing to my client, and
Yes.
that
You're showing your interest, your curiosity. You're telling him that I am excited. मेरा जिंदगी में यही मेरा dream है. आपका हॉस्पिटल का वेबसाइट बनाना है.
Certainly.
So when you do that right, they will love that curiosity. Only when they love that curiosity right, they want to work with you.
Just a last question.
Yeah, please.
Like you are handling such a big team. So how do you manage conflicts? Like in UX designer team, like we have conflicts. Like I don't like this button. ये वाला color अच्छा नहीं है. I want to give 20 to 40 ideas, something like that. But in a startup team, like there's a major thing like understanding. Like आपने कुछ गलत कह दिया तो उसका माइंड फिर चेंज हो सकता है, तो फिर रिलेशनशिप में वो सब इफेक्ट करता है. तो like how do you handle this?
I think between the team there is always a conflict. So I ask them it's okay to have conflict until unless it's very healthy. It doesn't get to unnecessary arguments. I'm fine, or else I'll fire both. Because हम कर रहे हैं क्लाइंट को सर्व, इधर 2 झगड़ा कर रहे हैं, मैं क्लाइंट को सर्व करूँ कि इसको संभालूं. So for me,
we have to set a limit that this kind.
Yeah, see any conflict. I think all these things we should end it in the school and college. School और college इसलिए कि जितना झगड़ा करना है, जितना वो करना है, उधर ही करना है.
Like experiment time ही वही.
क्योंकि 10 years of school, 5 years of college, उधर से बाहर आके फिर से कंपनी में झगड़ा कर रहे हैं तो कुछ तो गलती है. बंदे को वापस स्कूल जाना है. So I always say that, okay, arguments are great. Have it on a lunch break, shake hands, have lunch together.
Okay.
Come to an agreement because we all together are serving a client.
Thank you.
Okay? Imagine 4 doctors operating a patient, 2 झगड़ा कर रहे हैं, मरने वाले हैं.
सही बात. Like
Our situation is same. Client है इधर, 2 का झगड़ा कर रहे हैं, मरने वाले हैं. I would rather send the doctors out. मैं आपका अकेला कर देता हूँ operation. So always do not extend the arguments within the team. You as an individual, as a professional, learn where to cut it off. Because इसके ऊपर आपका character बाहर आता है. Companies में character बाहर नहीं निकालने का. Because company is a holy place. वो मंदिर होता है वो मंदिर में आप काम करते हो वो that company gives you money, you take that money and you feed your family and all that. Don't get personal.
Like we have to retain that environment too.
So organization is a very holy place. One of the reason why I have always progressed in my life is because an opportunity is a God to me. In English, there's a proverb called work is worship. Even today, when there is a new client or a new business, my mom always tells me to go to temple, break a coconut, and thank God for this opportunity. Because opportunity is God. That is where you see the Almighty, whichever God you believe, be it Christianity, Islam, or Hinduism. Only in the work you see God, and nowhere else. Go back to our mythology and check everything. It's through the work that people have seen. And your work environment, do not abuse it. If you don't like it, leave it. But don't stay there and poison it, because it will come back to you. The karma will come and it will reflect you and it will haunt you and it will make you go down. If you want to fly, be very light. Do not have baggage of that company, this fellow, or this argument. Super light raho, udte raho. Thank you.
Hello, sir. First of all, thank you so much for coming. I feel that my dream is come true. So my name is Kalpesh Rathod, and my question is related to the current trending name UI UX designer. I was starting from my journey with coding, and then I transformed to design. So earlier the name is web designer. Now the modern name is UI UX designer. So the thing is that when we go for interview and when we the HR person or management person ask us why you are UX designer, because you are the coder and the web designing as well. So I just want to ask that the specific thing, right? As you said, there is no left and right brain. Everything you have to do. As a designer, you have to do coding and the designing as well. So now era is changing. There is everything is separate. So sometimes company is not accepting people who are working for both coding and designing. Even in your company, there is specific job JD for the UI UX and coding. So for that, how we can if we want to crack something or we want to go down, so we have to choose a single path, or we have to, whatever we are doing, both things, we have to continue that thing. I just want your suggestion for that.
So I think design is that domain where the titles keep changing. The practice is same, the titles keep changing. Throughout my career, I started as a graphic designer, then visual designer, web designer, GUI designer, digital designer, UI designer, UX designer. Now if you look at it, there's a title, there's talent. Graphic, UI, UX is a title hai. Designer is a talent. Word designer always remain. ये title change होता रहता है. अभी आ जाएगा AI, उसके बाद full stack. Industry will keep giving some new titles to it. Carry it. Like how you upgrade yourself to fashion. 10 years back, did you wear this? No. 10 years back, you had a different style. Now you're a different style. Now your beard is looking good because you're updating yourself. Update your title, learn what is required for that, and keep moving on. Design is the only domain where your titles change. And I request everyone to catch up on the new titles. Don't be adamant, because a lot of people during the web design and graphic design, they said, मैं change नहीं करने वाला. उसको job नहीं है आज. उसको salary भी नहीं बढ़ रहा है. They're all left behind. Do not be left behind. If there is AI, if there is anything trending, learn. If you have to survive, learn. And this is going to change. This domain, naya hone wala hai. And that's the beauty of it, right? Don't blindly change the title, learn the title and change it. And it's important for you to catch up with everything.
Thank you so much. One more following question, if I may.
I don't know how many people are there, but quick, there's still a lot of people.
Okay, then not really.
Okay. You can ask on Instagram, I'll answer after 2 months.
Hello sir, I'm Jaival Sudhar. So I had a question that if we are working with a client and a feature will improve the design and overall performance, but the senior team is not approving, then what to say and how to?
Okay, that's a very common thing that senior team is not approving and all that. So there are two things that happens. One is the senior with his experience believes that this is not going to work, or there is an ego clash. Okay. End of the day, is your senior, you have to respect it. Okay. If you can convince in a nice way, try it. If not, please listen to your senior, because don't rebel. When you rebel, right, the third person is going to suffer. Okay. We don't want patients sleeping there suffering. Always look after the client. If your senior says, no, a design acha nahi hai, ye acha hai, it's okay. Leave your ego aside, listen to it. Because throughout my life, I have faced this situation where my design I believe is the best, but my senior is changing it to become worse. I tried arguments, but after a point I gave up. Because that is not the end of your career, right? You're going to create more designs. You're going to move to another company. You're going to become someone else. There is no point standing there and putting a fight. And if that fight is not worth it, don't fight it. Sometimes what happens, right? Some of the fights that we fight, it's like fighting with a pig in the mud. Right? End of the day, pig is having fun and you're getting dirty. Pig loves mud. Pig is having fun and you're getting dirty. And then you need to ask yourself, why am I getting dirty? So you should not fight. Such fight is not important. If your senior has an ego, and if he says don't, it's okay, don't. Your life and career doesn't end there. Go to the next design, and the rest of your life you're going to design so many things. Okay.
So, sir, my basically question is about non-designers. So, have you ever faced non-designers' advice, like they are closest to you? Like if I'm talking about friends, like when we meet together, we discuss our daily life routines, right? And then after, in some points, they are saying like, ये तू क्या है डिजाइन कर रहा है, चल मेरे साथ धंधा चालू करते हैं कुछ. So have you ever faced that kind of comments?
Yeah. So this is a very good question, and the design feedback, right? Not necessarily it should come from the designer itself. Sometimes non-designers will have a different point of view. कभी-कभी सुनने का है, and you will see that some things are really worth, because we are selling our designs for non-designers only. ये सभी स्विगी मिंत्रा जो भी हमने किया है ना, वो designers के लिए नहीं किया, common people के लिए किया. So let me tell you this. I bought a smartphone for my mother. My mother didn't know how to use phone. We taught her how to use it. She said, this is too much, मुझे नहीं आता. Then I told her there is voice in this. Okay, इसमें voice आता है. ये voice command में कुछ भी ढूंढ सकते हैं. And she was like, okay, दिखा दो. And then YouTube में जाके I said you can do any voice command and results आएगा उसमें. So my mother said South Indian masala. क्या आता है South Indian masala? The results were very bad. सभी adult का stuff आ गया. So she freaked out. So sometimes then she came and she got the phone and she showed me so that पूरा गंदा गंदा आ रहा है इसमें. So sometimes you need to listen to the non-designers, normal people, and there's so much to learn that you can avoid those mistakes. And I always keep my ears open, 1 ear open to the designers, 1 ear open to the non-designers. And non-designers, sometimes they'll have some good ideas, sometimes worst ideas. It's good to listen to everything. Yeah,
Sir, I am Parita Chettiar and I am in 12th standard right now.
You're what?
12th grade.
What's your name?
Parita Chettiar.
Chettiar. Oh.
So So I wanted to first tell you that you are a really big inspiration to me, because when it comes to convincing anyone that I want to choose a career in design, I just give them your example.
Thank you.
And my question was, as quantum computing and AI is advancing, and as it would get integrated in user research more, how do you foresee balancing the powerful data-driven decisions and the human elements of the design?
What a brilliant question. Big round of applause. Seriously, very intellectual question this is.
Thank you.
So the question is, with so much of computer advancement and technology, how do you balance that data-driven insight and still have that respect that human emotions? Beautiful question. I think AI is not going to interfere with empathy. AI is not going to come in between the emotions of humans. AI will only point us to the right direction. And to take that direction or not is our decision. AI will correct our English. To use that English or not is our decision. If you blindly use it, it is your wish. Or if you want to correct and add some emotions to it, it is your wish. So AI is not going to interfere with us, but AI will make us smarter and faster. But still, we need human emotions and empathy. Without that, this world looks very artificial. Like for example, on the websites you see that chat bot. Nobody wants to chat with a bot, right? But if you put Ramesh, said, hello, I'm Ramesh here, and then you would love to chat with Ramesh. Because Ramesh is real and a bot is not real. In bot will only ask you to pick these questions. It will answer only those questions. If you ask anything, it won't have an answer. With Ramesh, you'll have everything. He'll tell you the shortcut also. Like for example, a bank loan. Bot will tell you what are the things. Ramesh will tell you what are the things that banks also don't know. So there is always going to be a balance between this. No matter how advanced the computers and technology is going to come, human intervention is important in everything. In everything. Without that human touch, right, the world won't be the same. So it's good to learn computers, quantum, AI and all that with the human touch. So if you want to build a career in it, do a combination of neuroscience, psychology and AI. That's a deadly combination. One, you will understand the human emotions. Second, you will understand.
I also love UI UX.
You also love UI UX, so you can add that also. You will become a superstar.
Good. Thank you.
All the best to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we'll take last three questions. Last three and yeah.
Hello Anil sir.
Hello.
I have seen you so many times in Instagram.
Thank
I never thought I will able to meet you in person. So I'm really glad and inspired to meet you. And after hearing your journey, I didn't knew everything until now, like unless you told everything here. But I had one question related to design. One is about finance and the second is about, I'll ask you. One is you will invest if I have some ideas.
Not this year. I've already invested in another startup.
Okay.
Financially, I don't have so much money to invest.
Okay.
But the idea is great, and if I believe in you, because I believe in people, not in the ideas.
Okay.
Ideas we all have, but I believe in people who will turn that ideas into reality. Once I know you very well, and once I hear the idea, if I don't have the money, I have a pool of network. I'm sure I'll connect you to someone who will invest.
Okay.
And I'll see how I can also participate in it. So
Okay.
this year, paisa nahi hai. Khatam.
वो तो
I've
किसी
invested
के
in 2
पास
startups, and we have a team who's building the startup here. Guys, Microsoft and Tomato. They have come all the way from Surat. This is my wonderful team who's building my new startup.
Oh, nice.
So it's called happypet.care. They believe in it and they're building it.
Good luck guys with your business.
Yeah, if the idea is wonderful, you should pitch. And only after knowing you, I'll come.
Yeah, a second question was about design. Like design is an experience, right? I think design needs psychology. Design needs research. if we go through everything, we can improve any business we want. Like if we do market research, psychology of people, psychology of client, like if we give them win-win situation, I think design is the design approach is the best we can we think. Do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, in 2015 and 16, right, until then we were only visual design studio. I introduced science to it, that is the psychology side of it. So I traveled to Ahmedabad. I came to Ahmedabad and I got 2 neuroscience and 2 psychology students from here and took them to Bangalore and built a research practice. So from then Lollipop grew like this. We were growing like this. So only when you bring science in the design, you'll find answers. So my addition to that is, yes, psychology is very, very important. End of the day, all the designs that we do, it is accessed by humans. If you don't understand humans, then what's the point?
Right.
Only through psychology and research, you can understand humans better.
Right.
So I'm with you on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's glad to meet you.
Yeah, okay, small announcement.
Yeah, just a small announcement. So after these 2 questions, we'll be taking a break. We'll break for a while, and then we'll have 2 hours of Q&A itself. So everyone will be able to ask their questions. Okay, so yeah, I just wanted to announce this.
So you told that you've been an artist since childhood. So when you became a designer, what were the shift in the mindset that made you from an artist to a designer? Because artists are individualistic, they like working according to themselves, and designers design for others. So
Yeah, as an artist, I painted for my happiness, and everything was my expression of emotions. It's all about me and the way I express things, and I expect everybody to love it and understand. In design, it is for a purpose. It is not for me, but for others. So even before painting, that is in design world, or if I have to design, even before designing it, I have to find answers first. I have to find why am I designing, whom am I designing it for, and what is the purpose of the design. So that was a shift. So in art, I never asked questions. Whatever I felt, I painted. In design, I cannot do that. In design, there is a list of questions. Only when it is answered, I will go to the next step. So that shift was, I can put it in this words, there's a street fight where there is no rules, and there is kung fu, there is a lot of rules.
So how
End of the day, you
do
have to still win.
How do you shift from that perspective?
I think one, art doesn't have money. Okay, until you die, nobody's going to buy painting. Correct?
Right.
Most of the artists have become very, very, very famous. Picasso, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo. When they were alive, nobody spoke. When they're dead, people wrote about books about them. So I'm just kidding, but a lot of artists who are still alive and making money.
Right.
But in my history of understanding art, it's always the dead artist who's become famous. So there is a joke about it. So art, according to me, didn't give me enough money and didn't give me enough growth. Design gave me the wings to fly. In design, it reaches millions of people. In art, you have to make it reach.
Thank you.
So if you believe in impacting people's life, then design is beautiful. Art takes its own time to reach. Sometimes it won't reach.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much. I think there's a break. Let's take a break. And after that, I'm still here. All the questions you want me to answer, I'll answer it. And I'll honestly tell you, this has been one of the best sessions this year. It's only 6 months. Just yesterday I spoke in Singapore. The kind of interaction, the welcoming, right? Ahmedabad is always special. Thank you so much. I think before every question, everybody welcomed me first. So this feels home. And let's take a break. I'll answer all your questions. Thank you.
We're still here, so yeah, just network amongst yourself and we'll take a short break, okay? Then we'll continue again. Cool. Perfect. We're still here though.
Why are you guys not having sandwich? You finished? Are you guys dieting or what?
Every need, right?
Huh?
We're still eating, right? Perfect, okay.
Sir, diet कर रहे सर? नहीं है. खत्म हो गया. Very good, very nice. Yeah, I know.
Alright, yeah. So yeah, we'll take a short break, sir.
Let me tell you this. In every country that I have been,
Sir, you've been to some really great places. Can you share some really great design experiences that you had in India or around the world?
I think one of the recent experience is I am designing for the pet world, and we are solving a very niche thing. We built a mobile application where pet parents can connect with each other. Like how you have Tinder, Bumble, right? We are introducing two pet parents. They can connect with each other. They can take their pet out for a walk, and that has been very well accepted. And that is one thing I recently designed, and people are loving it.
Sir, how many pets you have?
I don't have any. Next month I'm getting 2 dogs.
Okay. Sir, which breed?
Sorry?
Which breed?
It's called Cane Corso. It's an Italian Mastiff. I'm bringing a big dog because my house is pretty big, and I need a dog to guard my house.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I can ask one question to you. Like, since you are into design space for since long, and you have seen the whole design journey from the beginning till now, and there is a gap in terms of generation, the way you have conceived design at that era and the way the design is going now. Like, what do you think, like, what should we carry as a designer in order to move forward and scale, specifically considering the design as a business?
I think the time that I started learning design was the time where design was learned through books and the practical experiences. Today, you have shortcuts, you have videos, reels that will teach you quick thing. But tell me, how many of you know 5 principles of design? This is the most basic. So, these things you missed. You missed the 5 principles of design, and you missed the golden ratio. Do you know golden ratio? So all these things we missed, and we went straight to UI UX, and then we're trying to solve UI UX. So before UX, UI and all that, Figma and all that, there is 95% of it is the practical design. Most of you guys have still not learned it. Whenever you have time, please go back to the history and learn about all this stuff, because all your answers are hidden there. Like, the typefaces that we have serif, we have sans serif. You know that, right? Why is it serif called serif? Because in olden days, when people did calligraphy, when they used brushes to write letters, right, brush doesn't end. When it ends, right, there's a stroke that goes up. So the same thing was mimicked in the font, and they created a serif font. Serif means the one with the hat. Police is called as serif because police wears that hat. All the serif fonts has that little bit of a curve, a stand below that you see, right? So that is the history of a serif. Sans serif means sans stands for no, serif stands for this one. Know this. So sans serif is known as a modern font. Now this is the history of design. Like, who created Arial? Who created Helvetica? Why was Arial bought by Microsoft? Why was Helvetica created by Apple? And there is so much history to it. So we skipped all this history, we went straight. Everyone, even if you have done a crash course, or even if you have self-taught, right, please go back to the roots. The beauty of the roots is, for example, you're making chapati at home, right? Right? You make chapati. And the beauty is in it is to find out where did the grain come from. Okay? The day when you find out where the grain came from, you will make the best chapati in the world, because you will pick the best grain and make the atta. Today you don't know what the history of it. For you, you need a machine to give the dough, you need a pan for non-sticky, you need oil, that's it. That's what chapati is. The day when you get curious to find out which state is the grain coming from, What is the difference between the Punjab grain and the South Indian grain? Why is my chapati so soft and why is my chapati so hard? Which oil am I using? When you go to the history, when you go to the details, you will make the best chapati in the world. I'm just giving you an example. The day you find out the history of design, right, you will create the best designs, because typefaces, what we call it as font, it has emotion. It is the hero and heroine of the movie. The day when you know how to use it, you will create the best design. Right now, what you do is, you type something, you keep on changing fonts until something looks good. It's not about looking good. It is a character. A font or a character. It is like Shah Rukh Khan in the Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge. So you don't normally cast anyone for that role. For Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge, Shah Rukh Khan is the best. Kajol is the best. Why are they best? Because initial first half of the movie, they're very jolly, jumping around, careless people. The second half of the movie, they're little responsible. Because of the two different characters, they carry the movie beautifully. Font is exactly the same. The typeface is exactly the same. Where you have fun, use the fun elements. Where there is serious, use the serious elements. And there is different font available for that. Please go back to the history. Please bring a typography book. There are articles written about the history of typography. Read about it. It's very, very, very interesting. Color theory is interesting. And Fibonacci's ratio. You know the Fibonacci is a golden ratio. It is magical that a person figured out why we should use 1.6 ratio. It's because if you measure your palm, right, this palm, this 1.6 is where this ends. And if you take your hand and measure to your body 1.6, everything is 1 by 1.6. That is exactly what you are using in your layouts, because if your headline is 24 pixel font size, you are dividing it by 1.6 is the second headline. So there is a science to it. And this was written by a scientist few hundred years back, and we are applying it now. Grids we use. Where did the grids come from? Grids came from newspaper. There's a history of the grids. The columns and the gutters that we use, it has an history. A design mein jo bhi hai na, Figma mein, there is a history to it. Please learn history. The day you learn history, you will become the best designer. Or else you have to blindly use it. You have to blindly make chapatis. One day it will be good, one day it will be bad. One day it will be good, one day it will be bad.
So there is a lot of talk about emotional design, emotional design.
Yeah.
So how you can, express that emotional design to the people so they can understand it like very well and they can apply it into the real life situation. I think Don Norman has also written a book called Emotional Design. Can you put some experience on that?
So the question was about emotional design, and this is a very interesting topic. A design has to evoke an emotion. A design has to evoke an emotion, correct? You all agree? When you design something, it has to leave some feeling to the humans. Like, wow, arey, is it? Oh my God. There's something has to happen, right? It can't be flat. If that doesn't happen, the design is not communicating. Okay? Then the design is failing. If it is too flat, then people are ignoring it. Design has to communicate some emotions, either through typography, through layout, through hierarchy, through colors. Some other way it has to convey the emotions. So how do we bring these emotions, right? Only when you speak to the real humans who's going to use that, you will understand the emotion. Let me give you this example. 5 years back, we designed an application for farmers in India. Okay? When we won the project, before starting it, my question to my team was, does anyone know farming? And everybody said, we don't know farming. Even my father is not a farmer. That's what the answer I got. You don't know farming, your father is not a farmer, your grandfather, maybe they did farming in some time. So then how are we going to design it? How will you design an application for farmer? So you have a reference that you will find it on Dribble and Pinterest. How do you know it will work for farmers? So this is where your emotional, your empathy comes. Now what we did, we traveled across 8 states in India, interviewing 140 farmers. 140 farmers we interviewed. Now, the result of that interviewing farmers was every designer who interviewed farmer, they came back. I still remember they sat in my cabin. I asked them, what did you learn? Everybody started crying, literally crying. There was this one girl, she's like, Anil, बहुत बुरा हाल है farmer का, बहुत बुरा हाल है. Then I like, dude, I sent you to figure out design. ये क्या रो रहा है इधर बैठ के? Like नहीं, जो farmer के पास 1 acre or 2 acre का land है ना, उसका बहुत बुरा हाल है. Because a farmer puts a seed, waits for 6 months, praying God. He believes in everything. He gives bali, gives dhan, he does everything. 6th month rain comes and kills the crop. Farmer kills himself. And when our team interviewed, they interviewed so many farmers who was already dead. Their families they interviewed. Their families said, mar gaye wo. That farmer consumed the fertilizer that was kept for the crops and he died. And as they explained, I got very emotional. I got so emotional that how are we going to design? So we need to generate awareness to the farmers that there is a rain coming, there is a climate conditions, both are awareness. So when we designed it, we didn't design it for the 1 or 2 acres because 1 or 2 acres farmers don't have smartphone. We designed for 2+ acres and we forced our client to give free smartphones to 1 or 2 acres of land, farmers. That was a business solution we gave. We told, give free phones. And we said, ये app farmer use नहीं करेगा. जितना भी करो use करने वाला नहीं है until unless you have influencer in the village educating farmers how to use the app. Then we created a community of people who educated farmers to use the app. तब जाके 700,000 farmers use that app today. We won 13 awards for that because we didn't design, we solved it. How did we solve it? We sat with farmers, we stayed at their house, our team came back and cried. We went through emotions. When we were designing, we were sweating. And we got very emotional. That project, we were ready to do it for free. And now the same solution, they've taken it to Philippines and South America. So, design right, it's beyond layout, it's beyond colors, it is emotions. It is, you have to get into that heart of humans, only then you'll understand.
Anyone?
Okay, so, hello. Yeah, so my question is regarding the market condition. So for the last 1 year, I heard like market condition is not good, or in the America there is unemployment and all, regarding the Europe region as well. So like what are your thoughts on that part? Once if a person wants to start a company or he wants to continue as a employee or as a job aspirant?
This market condition is called economic slowdown. Everything moved really fast after COVID and now it's slowing down. It is not falling down. It was not supposed to move so fast. It moved fast and it's slowing down. So there is an after effect of that. And it will always affect people who are just the normal people. You are just another designer in an organization, you will lose job. If you're just a UI designer along with another 10 people, expect to lose job. Because at the time of war, will you take watchman or a soldier? We'll take soldier. Most of us here are trying to become watchmen. We are trying to guard a company. We're trying to sit there for 8 hours and go home. In such situation, you will not take security and watchmen. You will take warriors. Every company in this situation needs warriors. So you as an individual, you have to learn to wear multiple hats. And please help your organization. If economic slowdown happens, your organization will be affected. If your organization gets affected, your job is affected. If your job is affected, your family is affected. So please look at it from that angle. If economy slow down, have you ever asked your boss, can I help you? Can I work on Saturday and help this company? How many of you have asked your company, boss? We don't. Very good. Because it's not like we are bad. We also need a break. For us, it's a job. The day when we continue looking at it as a job, right, economy slow down, market falling down, it'll all affect us. It'll affect us. Thus, Infosys, Wipro fire 200 people because 200 people are security guards. And end of the day, if your family is under fire, you will try to protect everyone. If there is an economy slowdown, then that's a fire in the nation, right? Then you try to protect your company.
Okay, so like.
So I can add to it, your whole market runs on sentiments. So the moment you become a great observer, you will actually understand like how market is moving and you have to align yourself according to the market. So if you have the skill of like observation, you are observing everything so clearly, basically you are able to cope up with that market situation because market is all about sentiments, you know. At a level.
So my next question is related to niche. Like as you said, like we need to wear multiple hats. Like if I want to limit my skills related to like UI UX only or a particular sector like e-commerce sector only, is it a best part to master a single sector or we can go with the multiple sector and open with to all type of work?
Mastering one tool, try be a jack of all trades, leave all the rest. You're going to live one life. Are you going to live and die as a warrior or you want to apply for this skills with your personal choice?
Thank you so much.
और किसी के पास कुछ सवाल?
What? Hello, hello.
Hello.
एक मिनट बाद
Hello.
Hello. What strategies did you use?
I can't hear you.
Hello.
What strategies did you use for building a reputation and establishing credibility in the design industry? Yeah. And establishing credibility in the design industry.
Industry? I think so many ways today we have influencers who are in the content and educating people. We have designers who show off their design, and we have educators who are teaching people. Now the challenge is yours, which path you want to take. Now end of the day, what is credibility? Whether you want to build impactful product that will reach and impact people's life. If that is your intention, then you can work with agencies like ours and build impactful products. Or if you want to educate people, then after 5-6 years of learning, we can start teaching people. Then you build credibility in the design. Or if you want to become an influencer, there's a beautiful platform like Instagram, YouTube, and all that. You can create content and educate people. So they have plenty of options to build credibility. And I prefer to design projects and win awards. So for me, my credibility comes from winning hearts and awards. And I love that, and I always stick to that. Content, my content, if you see on social media, it's all absolutely professional. So whatever I eat, I drink, I dance, I do that. For me, I want to tell people that I celebrate life. I want to tell people that life is not something that you take it so seriously. So I eat, I post it on Instagram, I tell people that today I ate this food. I am enjoying life. I am cycling and enjoying life. So for me, whoever follows me, right, I tell people that to celebrate life, to celebrate life. There is no educational content on it. I don't tell what are the best tools or what is the best practice. I never spoke about it. Only during podcasts or interviews I speak about it. So I am building credibility through that. People enjoy my content because I celebrate life. So there are many options.
I think you hire people who celebrate life as well. You hire people who celebrate life as well.
So wherever I go, people talk about food. Like you eat biryani. So I become a biryani ambassador. So I promote biryani.
Hello.
हाँ. So मेरा question for the business perspective or investment decided. I have read one of the pet products, and recently I have seen that you have invested one of the pet products, right? So what is the how like आपने क्या what is the potential you have seen in that market, pet products market?
Nice. So the question is, why did I invest in the pet industry? I invested in a startup last year. It's a pet store that sells dog, cat, and fish and bird foods. I invested only because my childhood friend started it, and I love dogs. मेरे पास उतना पैसा नहीं है कि मैं इन्वेस्ट करूं. थोड़ा छोटा पैसा था, and I love dogs. I've been traveling, thus I don't have a dog. Now that I'm moving back to India, I'm getting 2 dogs. So this friend, he bought 3 acres of land and he got 30 dogs. And one day he took me to his farm and he opened the cage and all the dogs started running towards me. And they were jumping and I was like cuddling the dog. And then he said, I'm starting a pet store, will you invest? Then इतना सारा dogs, इतना प्यार है, मैं करता हूँ, मस्त है. वैसे invest किया. But I trust him because he's a wonderful person, very honest. Then he started a pet store. Abhi pet warehouse has become a big business. We opened 6 stores in Bangalore, and Upstocks is investing in our pet store. So we are going to open stores across India now. So that store, that startup has become very successful. There was no strategy or any business behind it. It's an emotional investment. I think that emotional investment and hard work has made it very successful.
Thank you, sir.
You are now serial entrepreneur.
हेलो सर, जैसे कि हम जानते हैं कि डेली ये युवा एआई टूल्स है वो डेवलप होते जा रहे हैं, और फिग्मा ने भी रिसेंटली अपने कॉन्फ़िग में एआई का ग्रोथ किया है। तो हमको तो अंदर से कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि एआई है डिज़ाइनर को रिप्लेस कर देगा। आपका क्या पर्सपेक्टिव है सर उस पर?
This is a very good question. AI designer को replace नहीं कर सकते because AI works on command. And समझो AI आपका दोस्त है, okay? And ये दोस्त आपको help करने वाला है थोड़ा speed बढ़ाने में, थोड़ा smart होने में. So AI is a good friend. AI is a good company. तब कारपेंटर के लिए काम नहीं था. आज handmade furnitures are 10 times expensive than the machine made furniture. The demand for handmade has increased. In fact, tomorrow I'm going to Jodhpur to buy handmade furniture. Tomorrow morning I have a train. बैंगलोर में इतना बर्बर के मशीन मेड फर्नीचर है, मुझे नहीं खरीदना है. उसमें कहानी नहीं है. अगर मेरा घर कोई आएगा तो मैं क्या दिखाऊं? ये मशीन ने किया, मुझे नहीं दिखाना. My bed, my cupboard, everything should be handmade. पैसा थोड़ा ज़्यादा होता है. Plus, every handmade carpentry is in demand. वो मस्त पैसा बना रहे अभी. ये है का यही हालत होने वाला है. जो भी डिज़ाइनर, टैलेंटेड डिज़ाइनर है, उसका डिमांड बढ़ने वाला है, बहुत बढ़ने वाला है. हम ओरिजिनल यूज़ कर रहे हैं अभी हमारा इलास्ट्रेटर जो हाथ में बनाते इलास्ट्रेटर और लॉलीपॉप में डिमांड में है उसका उतना प्रोजेक्ट है वो रात भर काम कर अभी नेक्स्ट ईयर इज गोना डिमांड डबल सैलरी सो एआई का चिंता मत करो ये आएगा जिस जो सुबह उठ के वो स्टैम्प का काम करता है ना उसका काम जाने वाला है एआई करने वाला है उसका जो दिमाग और दिल लगा के काम करता है ना वो उसका सैलरी डबल होना है समझो आपका काम है लेआउट बनाना है रोज सुबह उठ के 5 लेआउट वही जैसा लेआउट बनाना है वो एआई कर देगा आपका काम दमाश वो लेआउट में थोड़ा यूनिकनेस लेकर आने एवरी लेआउट हैज टू बी वेल थॉट कोई एआई नहीं करेगा एआई को पता नहीं कैसा करना
Hello, sir. As my question is very simple, as you own a company, do you consider any individual or company as your rival in designing industry, or
No.
you were considered while you were growing or expanding?
nah,
ये पूरा मार्केट है ना समंदर है उसमें बहुत सारे नाव चाहिए है ना सो यू नो द we'll see we are not able to serving right now to the every customer. I think you guys have to start lot many studios in order to serve it, so there is no competition as such in design. You have to be great designer at the end of the day in order to serve the purpose of it है ना तो there is a huge requirement right now in market. So ऐसा कुछ competition I don't think कुछ है क्या ऐसा
कभी ऐसा see my struggle is my struggle and why should I look at other people's struggle right जब मैंने स्टूडियो स्टार्ट किया मैंने ऐसा कुछ नहीं बनाया कि कॉम्पिटिटर्स कौन है मैं आज भी नई कॉम्पिटिटर्स को नहीं देखता है मेरा स्टोरी है इसमें whether it is success or a failure it is my story and I cannot compare or compete with anyone. Now the problem is the day you compete right the day when you come to their level you'll start celebrating that means that is the end of it and for me I build things so that others can come and build. I'm very strategic when it comes to business. My dream is to turn India into a design destination. Why? Because the entire world will come here, then even I can do better business. Imagine if I say I don't need any competitors, I'll be all alone, nobody will come. The reason why do people come to India for software development? Because there is no just Infosys or Wipro. There is Infosys, Wipro, ThoughtWorks, Mindtree, छोटा कंपनी छोटा डेवलपमेंट स्टूडियो सूरत में अहमदाबाद में भर के इंजीनियर्स है भर के इतना सारा कंपनीज है anybody abroad coming here they have so many options and why do we go to China for manufacturing because बड़ा manufacturing छोटा manufacturing workshops इतना सारा है so you have options thus China is becoming a manufacturing hub India has become a IT hub now how do we turn India into a design hub let there be many design studios right many design studios good business why do we go to imagine if only one vegetable will you go rather prefer a market because IT also your vegetable other vegetable organic vegetable of that so for my empower more entrepreneurs more designs thus I come here I promote up I go I promote other end of the day India needs business
ऑडिबल ओके तो कुछ कंपनीज होती हैं जो उसके फाउंडर्स की वजह से फेमस होती हैं कुछ फाउंडर्स होते हैं जो उसकी कंपनीज की वजह से फेमस होते हैं सो
कुछ कंपनी सॉरी
कुछ कंपनीज अपने फाउंडर्स की वजह से फेमस होती हैं एंड कुछ
की
फाउंडर्स
वजह से फेमस होता है
हाँ सो इज योर पर्सनल ब्रांड सम वे हेल्पिंग लॉलीपॉप और लाइक एंड अदर क्वेश्चन इज कि हाउ डू यू यूज योर पर्सनल ब्रांड फॉर योर बिजनेस
okay nice I think they both go in parallel. I cannot promote Anil when I started Lollipop. I have to promote Lollipop because people buy Lollipop, not Anil. People sign up with Lollipop. When Lollipop becomes famous, then I take the credit. Then I build my brand. Because I have to be proud of it. I have to tell the story to the world. So I never built a brand for myself until Lollipop became famous. After Lollipop became famous, I took the credit and started promoting me. Now both go in parallel. Now people want to hear my story. After listening to my story, they want to work with Lollipop. And people want to work with Lollipop and listen to my story. So both run in parallel. So you should enjoy that credit. When
Right.
you do something and that something becomes very famous, you should go out and tell the story.
Thank you so much.
In business, we call it promoter. So the promoter responsibility is to promote business. Once you promote business, you also get promoted. Consider that sense.
So, so it's a question for both of you that definitely tomorrow, if I wish, I can start my own studio from my apartment room just like you did. But what does it take to become a Lollipop and not just any other design studio in a corner of a building? So like, how does public image gets built over time? And at the end of the day, design somewhere is business to everyone. Job is not the long-term goal for many. So how do I build another level of design studio rather than just another design studio? Like I want to build an identity, not,
I
be
think
a part of the herd.
Lollipop, Sand Cup and all that is a good inspiration. But don't try to become like us. Then you'll become no one. Um, I always looked up to Frog Design, us too, but I never wanted to become like them. I have my own path, my own journey. And in the process, what happens, right, you lose your identity. The company that you start, right, you lose your identity. Like Frog Design is a frog. Lollipop is lollipop. It's a candy and it's a frog. It is nowhere related. So they have their ethics, they have their story. I have my thing, I have my story. Sandcup has their story. So try to be an individual. Only take an inspiration, that's it. Only when you try to be an individual and tell a story, you will stand out. Or else you will always be called as, oh, Lollipop just average today, no, okay. So you should not be lost there. So build your own story, carve your own path, but take us as an inspiration. That's it. Like, for example, the first year of Lollipop, what did I do which worked? What did I do which didn't work? I think that you can learn and try to avoid things which didn't work for me and cut those things and move forward.
Business is like a baby, you have to grow it. So like, every parents grow kids in a different way. You have to grow your kid in your own way. And then you find a way like how it can be beneficial in long run. I think business, you treat business initially like a baby itself. You have to take care of it in whatever way possible. So probably you will, grow it in your own perspective, probably.
I actually have a question.
Yeah, sorry, one second. There's someone waiting on. Sorry, someone is trying to find the location. Yeah, sir, no, it's okay. I've sent the location, live location.
Okay, so my name is Arya. I am a product designer at Sandcup Design. So my question is, what challenges you face at this level? We know your initial challenges, but what challenges you face right now at this
Sorry,
level?
what?
What challenges you face at this level?
What challenges?
Yeah.
Okay. In the current situation, challenge is definitely the economy slowdown. I had very big plans of opening in Japan and Korea and Singapore. So now I have to postpone it because currently there are few challenges. Unlike 2 years back, we opened centers everywhere. I'm unable to do that. So I take it as a break and then come back and open it. So I was all excited about opening in Japan. वो थोड़ा challenging है, but I don't want to be impulsive and open it. So it requires a lot of business decisions to open. So currently it is that. And another challenge is, this is my honest feedback to everyone, the kind of designers we are becoming, right? We are unable to hire designers now because designers don't stay in one place for more than 1 year or 2 years. जो प्रोडक्ट कंपनी में है उसको डिज़ाइन स्टूडियो में आने का है, जो डिज़ाइन स्टूडियो में प्रोडक्ट कंपनी में जाने का है. सो देयर इज कंटिन्यूस शिफ्ट हैपनिंग. So we are unable to retain designers. Bangalore though it has become worse now. Bangalore is like Goa now. Nobody wants to drink in one pub. They want to keep jumping in like party places. So thus we are opening in Mumbai, Chennai, Hyderabad to retain designers. My current challenge is retaining people. At Lollipop, maximum 2 years people stay. उसके बाद the designer becomes so much in demand, they just leave the company and go. If everybody does that, how can we grow Lollipop, right? Everybody's dream is to go and work for Microsoft and Apple. When will we become Microsoft or Apple? Okay, you have to work, trust us. I know design studios don't pay as good as Apple or Microsoft because we are not Apple or Microsoft. We are not selling computers at 2 lakh rupees, right? Our struggle is real and we are trying to survive, we are trying to build, and there's so much. Imagine 285 designers in one company. Imagine the challenge. So every time people ask us, why are you not paying as good as Apple? The answer is, why is your father not bought you a Ferrari? Not because he hates you, because he can't afford. Or else, if he had the money, he would definitely buy you a Ferrari car, right? So people think we hate employees, that's why we don't pay like Apple. So my suggestion is, there are two things. You want a job or a career. There's nothing wrong in both. If you want a job, go find a big, large company. Go for, I don't want to name them. Life is beautiful. They'll give you food, insurance, pick up, drop, 9 to 5, holidays. You can have good life. If you need career, come to design studios. No insurance, no pick up, drop. Work, 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 Saturday, Sunday, work. Become a great designer. The choice is yours.
I'm working in one, so I know that both of fact.
Very good.
So what
All
challenge?
everyone is working so hard here, you know, like every Saturday, Sunday, they don't talk about anything else. कि क्या काम है बस करना है, you know, there is a purpose to it. So I'm very lucky, like I have very great people at Sandcup, you know, all are here itself. You know, thank you.
See,
So much, sir.
The thing is, what do you think about work? Okay, what we think about work is, we think it is a dirty place that we have to go sit 8 o'clock till 5:30. You hate it. You're waiting for 5:30. If they call you on Saturday, you hate them. You think it's a place where a lot of politics happen. You think it's a place where you're being abused. That's what we all think about work. Thus, India is still a labor country. We are world's #1 labor country. It's because for us, work is a job. Work is something that we hate Mondays. सबको Monday fever आता है. Monday उठते ही fever आ जाता है. Sunday नहीं आता सब किसी को. In India, everybody gets fever on Monday. Because of this, right, we hate work. Now here is what I tell you. This is my principle in my life. When you die, right, some people will come to visit you. When they bury you 6 feet down, right, one circle of the people will come to see you. That circle is your first blood relatives, your brother, sister, if you're married, husband, wife, your kids, or if you die old, your grandkids will come. Uncle, aunt will come. That's it. This is a very simple death. Anyone will, those people by default will come. If you're great at your work, your fans will come. They'll come in hundreds. They will fly, they will take a train, they will come, they'll stand in front of your grave, they'll thank you. They'll say, what a great scientist, what a great engineer. The first circle will say, my great uncle, my dad, my mother. That anyways, by default they'll say. It's easy to become that. The next 100, 200, 500 people come, right? Have you ever seen the video of Dr. Abdul Kalam's death? City, people traveled. People traveled. Why? Not because he was a great uncle. He was a great scientist. The day when we think work as that, right? Abdul Kalam didn't speak English. He learned English. Became a great scientist. He died. That death, everybody came. None of us want to die like that. We all want to be that 9 to 5 labor. One day you'll die. 20 people will come, say goodbye and go. If that's how you want to die, become a labor. If you want to become great at work, because every 1 year in future, you'll be recognized for your work. They'll say, who is he? What's your name?
Arya.
They'll say, who is he? He's a great musician. He's a great engineer. He's a great carpenter. He's a great plumber. He's a great designer. Everybody will recognize another person by his work. Only by his work. And nothing else. And now, if we strive, if we work hard, if we work smart, if you put our heart, you'll gain that. Today, why did you come here? Not because I'm a great dancer. Because I'm a designer. And you have that respect for me when you came here. And tomorrow when I die, there are more people are going to come. And I love that. And forever and ever and ever, I'll work and work and work to increase that. Because I love that. So, everybody don't like that because we hate our jobs. And let me tell you, job is the only place you can become who you want to become. And please take your job more seriously. Companies, don't blame them. And we talk bad about company. Company is nothing but an individual. Like, what is Lollipop? Started by someone, you know my story now. But a lot of people think, oh, Anil paisa bana rahe, mast mein paisa bana, sabke paas kaam le rahe. But story hai, Lollipop story hai. And Infosys, Narayan Murthy also same. Azim Premji is also same. Reliance from Gujarat, Dhirubhai Ambani worked in petrol station. Now they are rich, but there is a story behind it. Tata, they're all stories.
Company is a group of people, like we build the company together. So it's not one man work to build the company. Like every individual working in an organization is their responsibility to grow together, you know. It's like the tree where some people play a role of root, some people play a role of trunk and leaves and things like that. I think we have to consider ourselves as a one family and able to grow the whole family together. I think everyone will get benefited in that particular sense.
I have another question as well. So, have you ever thought of running your own design community? And what challenges you face as a design community owner?
Design?
Design community owner.
Committee?
Community.
Community? Yeah. Me starting my own design community?
Like, have you ever thought of running your own design community?
I think this is also community.
Community, you know, we are doing community.
Why should I start another one? I'll just be a part of everything that is there.
The community is like bringing culture of togetherness. You know, once we are able to share knowledge to each other, once we are able to express ourselves better, you know, maybe you know something good, maybe I know something good, I may learn from you, you learn from me, you know, something like that. So that's how the community grow and we empower everyone. I think everyone should be a part of the community in one way or other way. Doesn't matter you're sitting here or not. There are a lot of people, you know, watching the whole show live and they are also getting something from it. Like, so community is just a way that you can actually allow a platform where people can come together and actually, you know, learn from them. I think that's how I look at the community. And at the end of the day, it's basically our responsibility as a, you know, people, you can say industry, to bring people together, because we have to think about the next generation. We again have to think about the other upcoming generation. If you are able to make that generation better, I think the whole India will drive completely different, you know, different way. So the way, if you start taking responsibility from a community perspective, you can start teaching many other people from your knowledge, right? And the whole idea you have is like, you don't do the community activity because you want to make money. Basically, you want to spread that knowledge. doesn't matter whether the other person is a designer or not. It may be the parents and giving that education, like design is an industry where you can put your kid in design space. It's also a community activity that, anyone can do from his own, feelings. And I think community is required right now in order to make the whole India as a global hub, because all designers has to come together one way or other way, so that people can see, okay, design is a place where, they have to give work. The moment a lot of work globally start coming to India, we all need to grow together. Doesn't matter कि इसको कितना मिल रहा है, उसको कितना मिल रहा है. The channel has to get open. I think the community has the power to do much more bigger things than individual organization. If we all, that's how I see it as a community perspective.
I think communities are beautiful because that's the only place that brings all like-minded people together. Kal, if there is an opportunity in your company, you can put it in this group. I'm sure somebody will thank you later. So it's important to be a part of such community. And there's a cross-learning that happens. Because there's a community, I came. And I'm sure there's other designers, other people also will come. And for that, you have to come together. Imagine if 10 people were there, I wouldn't have come. I would have given the speech in Sandcup and gone back. So keep this growing and please bring other people. And next time when I come here, I want to see stadium.
And I think
only when you see that
invite
stadium, right, this will, Ahmedabad will become design capital.
We have a lot of good colleges here. You already know that. We have that ecosystem to make the whole Ahmedabad is a design hub for India, and then it will spread all across different cities. Because we have to consider India as a mainstream. But I think Gujarat has that capability. I believe it. So because NID is like one of the oldest, universities teaching design, and there are a lot of new design institutes are there. GLS is one of them. Like they are doing great. There are a lot many others.
So when you come together like this, then design studios like us will come here. Because now we'll have a reason that Ahmedabad may open karenge. So when there is no community, then we will go to some other city then. So as Ahmedabad, you should make noise. You should show that you are celebrating design here. And only then, not just us, all the global design studios also will come here. Then look at the job opportunities you will have. You don't have to leave the city.
When are you going to start here, Lollipop?
Mumbai is very close from here, right? So for us, I don't know, maybe in the future. Last time I said we will start soon. But honestly, I think there's still time. The community has to grow. We'll purely come here for talent. And I think there's a good start. If I see more and more designers, if this is the ideal place, we'll definitely open it. Like my new startup that I have started, I have a team in Surat. I could have built a team in Bangalore. I have a team in Surat. Now you're wondering that I'm a Bangalorean, why did I go to Surat? Obviously for the cost. The second one is I could have moved the team back to Bangalore. But the people in Gujarat is different. They're committed. When they're committed, they'll deliver it. And they learn fast. And they're very honest. And very difficult to find people like that in a big city. Very, very committed you are. And that's your strength.
So this question is basically not related to design, but it's related to time management. So everyone get the 24 hours same, but everyone needs to take care of their mental health, physical health, work, family time, travel, leisure activity and everything. So how do you manage, sir? You all doing sketching and everything I have seen.
Good question. So when I was 23 years old, I went into depression. 23, 24 में बहुत serious था. I didn't know what was happening with me. I was admitted in the hospital. I lost job. I lost all the money. And it took me 6 months to recover. And I tried 2 suicide attempts. I have put that on Instagram. I tried because I was not able to recover. I tried antidepressant tablets, which paralyzed me, and my life was at zero and minus, and I was every day falling down, down, and down, and down. I thought this is it, and again I was falling down. I didn't know how to pull myself up, but I told myself the day I pull myself up, I will respect my body. So slowly, when I started pulling myself, when I realized that I have the confidence to come back, I promised that this body that God has given, where 2 hands are working, 2 legs are working, eyes, I will look after this. If I look after this, rest everything I can win. So I started sleeping at 9:30 in the night. I don't watch series. I don't stay up night doing some stupid things. 10 o'clock is midnight for me. 10:30 is like I'm gone dead. 4 to 4:30 in the morning I wake up. I work out almost every day. When I'm traveling, I won't. I have fun. I drink, I eat, I cycle, I dance, I do everything. I started respecting me more than anything else. When I am in the right shape and a condition, then I can love anyone. That habit came because I fell down in my life. And when I came up, I thanked God that He's given me one more chance. And this chance, I will look after. So for me, my body is very, very important. I will never ever abuse it. When body is fit, mind is fit. Not when mind is fit, body is fit. When body is fit, body fit in sense, not muscles. Not going to gym and protein shakes. Just give enough time in the morning, let it move, let it flex. Because we work and we sit 8 hours, right? Your human body is not supposed to sit 8 hours. So at least in the morning, let it move. Let all the muscles move. Let blood flow from top to bottom. And then mind fit. When these two are in place, time management will happen. Now I have time from 4:30 till 9:30. I have more time than anyone else in this room. So now I can plan whatever I want. Whether I want to learn new things, build business, learn art, family, go out for a beer, cook, have everything. So that is time management. Imagine, tonight Netflix ka series mast hai. 9 o'clock you start. Next episode और भी अच्छा है. 10 o'clock हो गया. और the episode देख लिया, 1 o'clock हो गया. Morning you have to wake up 7 o'clock. 1 o'clock if you sleep, you won't get sleep. You'll get at 2 o'clock. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5 hours. In that, we all have disturbed sleeps. We wake up 10 times, 2 times, 3 times. You minus it, you have 4 hours. For human body, 4 hours is not enough. That means your body is not ready next day. Next day, you're pushing it. When you push it, there is no energy. Then you're not motivated. Small things will irritate you. Somebody will say something, you disturb. Traffic is irritating you. Political news is irritating you. Family, somebody said something, is you're disturbed. It's because you're not given rest to your body. Everything will disturb you. Give yourself a good 8 hours of sleep and see the magic. You'll manage time, rest, everything will fall in place. Tomorrow, how much ever anybody irritates you, will not get irritated. So, I have this habit of not fighting. I don't fight with my wife. Whenever we have an argument, I am the first one to say sorry. And She realized that I say sorry only because I want to sleep 8 hours. Very, very, very selfish I am. Very selfish. Today she doesn't fight. She said, why do you fight, man? You're anyways going to say sorry and go to sleep. Why do you fight? Once what happened, I bought a new car. वो सिग्नल पे कार खड़ा था, एक टू व्हीलर वाले आके मार दिया, स्क्रैच हो गया कार. And then he got down, he started fighting with me. I got down and I gave one tight. अरे मेरा कार है, स्क्रैच करके तू चला रहा है. Then वो डर गया, वो गाड़ी में बैठ के he started moving. I came back and sat. I realized that why did I even slap him? It's just a car, thoda scratch hua. I was feeling so bad and I was disturbed that tonight I'm not going to sleep. मैं गाड़ी स्टार्ट करके उसको चेस करके गया, सॉरी बोलने के लिए. वो समझा कि मैं फिर से मारने के लिए आ रहा है. वो जा रहे, मैं चेस कर रहे. फाइनली नेक्स्ट सिग्नल वी कॉट डाउन, वो हेलमेट उतर के आ रहे. बोला, मैं जाके उसको हाथ पकड़ के ले, सॉरी. क्यों ना, सॉरी, आई शुड नॉट रेज माई हैंड्स, आई एम रियली सॉरी, आप मार दो मुझे. लेकिन नहीं 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 छोड़ो. वो मेरा नंबर लिया. वो 3 साल मुझे हैप्पी दीपावली, हैप्पी, सब भी मैं हैप्पी बोला. But that night I slept peacefully because I compromised. I know थोड़ा ego था, वो साइड पे रख दिया मैंने, जाके बोल दिया 8 hours sleep. When I put my head down the pillow, all I want is sleep, no regrets. So thus, for me, I'm very selfish and no fights होएगा, argument होएगा, 2 minutes करो, 3rd minute, sorry. Now खाओ, सो जाओ. नहीं तो you will take all that nonsense in your head. You're thinking, overthinking, कल मैं करेगा, वो करेगा, वो करेगा. You're a fool. तुझसे भी बड़ा fool कौन है? That fellow must be sleeping peacefully. You are disturbed. And next day you're screwed up.
Thank you, sir.
That's the secret. Everybody follow.
Hello. So my name is Surajit Datta. And I have a question. Can you please explain what is sustainability according to you and how sustainability, what I am trying to say. So how can we build sustainable products for the upcoming season? And the second of all, how Lollipop or maybe the Sun Guide are doing their research from ground level. So I am basically from a service-based company and trying to moving for a product-based company recently. And I wanted to know, and at the same time I want to create something. I recently followed Config, and they have something called Brilliant Design Systems, I guess. Nowadays they are trying to customizing thing, and I want to contribute to that thing as well. So that's why I want to know from your perspective is what is actually sustainability according to you, and at the same time how you do the ground level research, so I can follow few of the guidelines as an individual, I guess. So yeah.
Okay, that's another very good question. For me, sustainability is about, see, when you're there are different stage in your career, okay? When I had no money in my pocket, sustainability was nothing for me. I had to sustain first and survive first. Environment is not at all my concern. I don't care if a tree is fallen down, because I was falling down, I need to pull myself up. A time comes when you have everything, and that's when you need to contribute back. Now, this new house that I've built, if you go on my Instagram, you will see it's called Aroha. Aroha means love. This house, it is built in the 10,000 square feet. My first thing was, this house from morning 7 till 6:30, no one should turn on the light. Every room should be naturally lit. So if you see my house on Instagram, no room has light. The entire house doesn't have air condition. It has windows where the wind flows. A lot of design gone into it. And every drop of rain, I'm harvesting it back. So there is no bore, I'm harvesting rain. And the vessels and the clothes I wash, I'm recycling it back. So my house, 10,000 square feet, runs on its own. There is no electricity I'm taking from the government, it runs on solar. In fact, I'm giving back electricity to the government. So this I could do because I have money. Could I do this when I didn't have money? I can't do this. Today I have money, I could do this because to do this it costs money. You can't do it for free. So recycling water, you have to build 2 some, 3 some, 4 some, and solar power will cost you 13 lakhs. 13 lakhs to use natural resource. So all these are expensive. So sustainability according to me is today I have the money, I have the time, and I don't want to damage Mother Earth. So I built a house which runs on its own. Now, there's another thing that, sorry, you want to say something? There's another thing that I'm doing which is very close to my heart. Since the time we started earning good money, I wanted my second kid to be a girl child. Unfortunately, the boy was born. So we always wanted a girl child. So me and my wife decided to help girl child. So every year we bring a kid from Bangladesh. So in Bangladesh, there's a lot of kids with a hole in the heart. So their operations both expensive. So every year we bring one kid, we get the kid operated in our expenses and we send them back. So when they go back, after a few months, the kids go back to school and their parents do WhatsApp call, video call and show us that there was one case where the kid was almost declared as cannot be done. So we got that kid, flew to Bangalore, and we got that kid operated, and the kid is going back to school. That is the most happiest, successful thing, even 100 times more than lollipop success is that. So we do this every year. Every year we keep that money aside to bring one kid, operate the kid and take it back. That is happiness. And this is giving back.
I think you can contribute to the society the way you can, kind of sustainability of its own. But again, design has a capability to make a design which is more sustainable by bringing new business model, bringing the strategy that you can place in the businesses, creating an ecosystem that can help in order to make the sustainable product, coming together. So those are the way that you can definitely plan out in certain degree. So, but again, you should have that opportunity to play with that. So most of the time what happen is like, in a larger organization, they're like, for example, a group of companies, they have 200 companies together. So if you get a chance to work on those kind of projects, probably you are able to design their own ecosystem and it can be sustainable. But the way you can contribute to the society, whether it's associated with design or not, it's a kind of, sustainability of its own. Like the way Anil is doing right now with a lot of, initiations. So sustainability is there. You can also go for a book called Design for a Better World from Don Norman. It's more about sustainability. And I think he's also coming up with a new book very soon on top of it. So you can go through such psychological book like how design can be applied in many different situations to make it more sustainable. Maybe you think on that direction at the same time.
Here is what I suggest, since all people have gathered here. Pick a business in Ahmedabad, any small business that is not doing good, maybe restaurant. Go talk to them and tell them that you will help them. Build a website for free. Okay, website cost is only 700 rupees per annum. All together, pull in some money, design, give free graphics, board banao, उसके लिए एक Instagram page खोलो. Together you do it. If this business succeeds, right, trust me, that's your happiness. And pick one, any business. Maybe pick this restaurant only. Ask him if they're doing good. Ask him so much money they spend. पैसा बना रहे कि नहीं है? If the founder says कुछ नहीं बना रहे, let that be the first project. Let's redesign it, website बनाएंगे, marketing बनाएंगे, हमारे पास phone है, reels बनाएंगे. So together help them out and see the magic of design. Do it for free. That will be your best portfolio. And I'll hire you guys at Lollipop for doing it. It's 7 o'clock. And guys, this guy flew all the way from Mumbai. He's come early morning, landed here, no sleep. Big round of applause to him.
So, like, I know Anil from last 7 years, and Pramod also, like, since last days, like, while working, like, I'm a, like, senior UX designer. Like, while working, I sometimes listen to music or sometimes listens podcasts. Like, I was exploring, like, he was, and I was trying to attend events of Anil, like, from last 1 year. Like, and then I started following Sandskriti, and then when I saw Anil is also coming, like, I was very much really excited, because like every time when I was facing a problem, by hearing his stories and how did he, like, first he will test, like he'll celebrate his life or else fail. Then he will analyze that and rebounds. That small psychological thing I learned from him a lot. Yeah.
Thank you, man. Thank you, and really appreciate you coming from Mumbai. Okay, no more questions. Great, awesome.
क्या ज़्यादा सुन लिया ना, अभी डाइजेस्ट करना पड़ेगा थोड़ा सबको फिर अप्लाई करेंगे वो अपनी लाइफ में.
Yeah, I'll agree, sir. I'll agree. But thank you for asking your questions, and thank you, Anil sir, for answering them. Thank you very much. Yeah, we have the passports here. Just a second.
Anil is anyways part of Sandskriti, but I want to hand over a passport to him, like as a tribe member. Now I can call him like that. This is your stamp. It is going to be there on the passport, and you have to sign it. Anyways.
So I have to peel it,
Yeah,
stick it and sign
it's
it.
already there.
Nice.
You just have to sign all of them.
Sign on this or peel it, stick it and sign it?
No, there already. You just have to. This is for you.
Oh, this for me? Okay.
This is your passport.
What a wonderful concept this is. Please everybody get one. It's so cool to have things like this. Because I always get water bottles, flask, caps, which I don't use it. And for the first time I'm getting a passport.
And this is your tribe, waving water.
Oh, nice. I'm a Piscean.
So waving water किसका किसका है? Water tribe.
Who is part of the water tribe here? Anyone? Okay, cool. Perfect. We have a couple of people. Cool.
This is where so everyone has your stamp there, and you have to sign.
I'll sign it.
We'll take it.
Super. Okay. So, guys, thank you everyone, and this has been the best event so far. And for the first time, I'm seeing designers asking so many questions. And every event I go, right, whenever people ask if you have any questions, there's all out of 100, there'll be 2 people asking questions. I think here most of you have questions, and wonderful, and always be like this. Always. Leave your language, leave everything, whatever you feel like, talk, ask questions. I think this will break that introvert inside you. And once again, thank you so much. In Ahmedabad, this is booming, and I look forward to coming here often, spending some time with you. And please recommend any good restaurants. I know Pramod is there, he already has a list of things. For me, my best and the favorite is Govardhan Tal. For me, that's like a food paradise. And yeah, and if you guys are coming to Bangalore, please let me know in advance. I will give you a tour of Lollipop, and I will take you around. I'll show you Lollipop. But please let me know well in advance. If you can come in batches, it's much more easier instead of individually taking people. So you will love the vibe at Lollipop. Okay, and I'll treat you biryani. Vegetable biryani also available.
Thank you for joining, Maybe we can have a dinner together with the whole people. We can have a dinner together with the whole people someday.
Yeah.
The whole community.
Yes, definitely.
एक डिनर का प्लान करेंगे नियर फ्यूचर विद अनिल व्हाट डू यू थिंक हाँ सही है सही है आई आल्सो वांट टू
not अरे नहीं डिनर बाहर नहीं खाएंगे सब कुछ बना के लेके आओ। घर से कुछ बना के लेके आओ।
potluck party we can do something like that. Yeah, I also want to call Abhiraj, like he is here. He's also a content influencer. I want to give his passport in this forum. Thank you, Abhiraj. He has also participated in 2.1, if you remember, like between discussion between developer and designer, in that sense. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Like it was amazing talking to you. I see the vibration is now keep changing. When we have started with 1.0, now we are coming with 3.0 very soon, and the vibration of Gujarat is changing too fast. Thank you so much for contributing to the community and the way you are coming up with a lot of questions. I think Anil is going to join us again very soon for a larger audience. अभी आप लोगों को invite करो और designers को लेके आओ so that we can grow the whole community and go with a different vibration altogether to position India as a design hub. Now it's our responsibility to do it together with Anil and Abhiraj and lot many other people who is part of the Sandskriti.
Thank you all for coming once again. Thank you. And you'll get your passport soon. Of course, signed by Mr. Anil sir. So you'll get your passport soon. And
10 minutes देना तब लोग आप लोग drink करो and you'll get your passport with autograph.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Guys, thank you. Stick
Thank you,
around.
guys.
Thank you.